Good morning. My name is Angela Herlock, and I'm the chair of the Chicago Housing Authority Board of Commissioners. On the behalf of the Board of Commissioners, to our residents and guests who have joined us today in board chambers, and to our remote viewers watching the meeting via our live stream video broadcast, we send you a welcome. And we welcome you to the November 23rd, 2023 board meeting. This meeting will now come to order. We will have our board secretary call the roll to establish quorum.
Good morning, Commissioners. Commissioner Brewer, Commissioner Gutierrez,
Here.
Commissioner Harris,
Here.
Commissioner Hart,
Here.
Commissioner Matenke,
Here.
Commissioner Parker,
Here.
Commissioner Washington,
Here.
Commissioner Herlock.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Lee. At this time, I would like to present a motion to approve the order of the agenda, which is as follows. We will have a centering thoughts from Commissioner Dr. Harris, followed by a report from our CEO, Tracy Scott. We will then move to public testimony on general matters. After public testimony on general matters, we will recess from our regular board meeting so the members of the Finance and Audit Committee can meet in closed session for approximately 30 minutes. At the conclusion of our Finance and Audit closed session, committee meetings will follow. And after each committee presentation, registered speakers will be given an opportunity to comment on committee matters. At the conclusion of the committee meetings, the regular board meeting session will resume with voting of committee items in closed session. Please note regarding item number 1 on today's agenda, in order to give board members additional time to review the CHA's fiscal year 2024 comprehensive budget, we will hold a special board meeting in early December. At this meeting, commissioners will consider the budget as well as other items that need approval before the end of the calendar year. As a result, we are tabling agenda item number 1 today. The special board meeting that will be held in early December will be in conformity with the Open Meetings Act. We will be announcing the date of that meeting shortly. Commissioners, may I have a second to approve the order of today's meeting agenda?
Second.
Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes, abstentions, or recusals? Hearing none, the motion to approve the order of today's meeting agenda is approved. We'll now have centering thoughts by Commissioner Dr. Mildred Herrick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And good morning to everyone.
Good morning.
Oh, guess what? This week is a special week because we have a special holiday coming. Can you tell me the name of that holiday? Can I hear from you? What is it called?
Thanksgiving.
Oh, come on, I can't hear you.
Thanksgiving.
Yes, Thanksgiving. And so today I'd like to share some thoughts with you about Thanksgiving. T, the first letter in Thanksgiving. That stands for there's nothing you can dream that you cannot achieve. H, you have the courage to go after your dreams and believe. A, always remember you are beautiful and unique. N, never, never give up when you're going after what you seek. K, keep reminders around you to remind you of your dreams. S, savor the present, for it goes quicker than it seems. G, give more to others than you receive. I, inspire others with all that you achieve. V, value yourself. You are perfect. Yes, you are. And I, individuality is more important, so let it shine through. For N, notice the small things and the miracles that are all around you. And G, greatness starts from within and is in all that you do. So here at CHA, we would like to extend to you a very happy Thanksgiving. But before we end, I want you to do something. I want you to look at your neighbor to the left, if you have a person sitting to your right, and because this Thanksgiving, I want you to be a carrier of happiness and joy. You're going to look at them, you're going to say, have a happy Thanksgiving, gobble, gobble, gobble.
Have a happy Thanksgiving.
Have a happy Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving, Francine. Gobble, gobble, gobble.
Gobble, gobble, gobble. So you see with your family and friends, and you see them on Thanksgiving Day, say happy Thanksgiving, gobble, gobble, gobble. Don't forget. And don't forget that we here at CHA make the difference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Harris, for always bringing us those deep thoughts. I also want to say a special thank you because your organization, God First Church and Ministries, did donate $500 non-perishable food items just yesterday to the Maudel Brown Bosfield Senior Apartments on Cottage Grove. So thank you so much for setting an example.
Thank you. Mhm.
Knowing the we will now move on to our report from the CEO.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could bring the slides up to. Good morning to the Board of Commissioners, to resident leaders, residents, participants, and members of the public. I want to present some highlights from the work that we have done and continue to do at the agency. But before I go into my remarks, I did want to take a moment to just acknowledge two members of our community who have passed recently. The first person is Ms. Brenda Perry. She is a longtime resident of Lincoln Perry Apartments and has spoken many times before this commission and board, as well as really represented the interests of her community. And I just want to take a moment to acknowledge her and thank her, as well as send condolences to her family. The second person is Marilyn Katz. Many of you may know her. She is a fervent civil and human rights activist, strategist, communicator, and she was also a very good friend of this agency for the last 50 years easily, and was such a ardent supporter of housing and our housing mission. And so again, want to acknowledge her, thank her for all of that she has done for the members of our community, as well as send condolences to her family. So to begin my remarks, I spoke to you in the last board meeting about the 2024 federal budget. And in the tune of deja vu all over again, our federal funders in Congress have passed a continuing resolution which allows Congress more time and prevented a federal government shutdown as of last Friday.
That's a good thing.
Right. So the continuing resolution goes to January and February, if you're keeping up with the news. And we will continue to monitor the situation as we get into first quarter. But I want to assure the public that CHA is fiscally sound, more than fiscally sound, and we can continue to maintain our level of services to residents and voucher participants and our partners. We're hopeful that our elected officials will resolve this in first quarter 2024, but we are prepared if time runs out. For CHA, as expected, we've had a busy summer third and fourth quarter, and I'd like to share some highlights. So on this slide, you see on our real estate side that CHA and our partners are creating nearly 2,000 mixed income apartments that are under construction throughout Chicago. Work continues at Albany Terrace, Edith Spurlock Sampson, and Irene McCoy Gaines in terms of preserving as well as expanding those existing senior apartments. Pictured here is work in progress at Albany Terrace, where our partner, Michaels, has created a model unit for residents to walk through and see what's coming. That's on the top. On the bottom is a picture of Lorraine Hansberry, where we have just recently installed a permeable paver system, which helps with drainage and is better for the environment and is the future of many of the kinds of enhancements that we will make as we preserve our properties. Next slide. With our partners at Habitat, we continue to make progress at Ogden Commons on the west side, and Encuentro Square with partners Evergreen is quickly rising on the site overlooking the 606 trail. On the south side, Oakwood Shores continues to move forward, and we recently closed on Grace Manor, a project that's been long in the coming, working with the city and other partners. Additionally, we renewed our commitment to preserving CHA-owned properties and made progress in bringing vacant buildings back in service. In what we are referring to as the Restore Home Initiative, in 2024, we plan to invest millions to renovate and rehabilitate vacant buildings in our single-family, small and medium apartments portfolio. With the finalization of the 2024 budget at our special board meeting, we will make more details available. Next slide. On these next few slides, they're about our residents. And this is always the best part for me, frankly. Last meeting, I mentioned that the National Book Foundation gave CHA 32,000 books to distribute to youth, early reader through teens. Most of those books were distributed at the Operation Warm, if you can go back one slide. Sorry, they're slightly out of order. Go to the next slide, please. There we go. Most of these books were distributed at the Operation Warm event on October 21st. So in addition to the 5,000 coats that were given to children, last week CHA worked with the Reva and David Logan Foundation to provide 1,000 free coats to seniors in our senior buildings in November. So thank you again to the resident leaders, including Ms. Jenny Newsom, who is here in the audience, for your ideas and leadership. And we're already planning on how to grow this next year. Separately, last year and this year, CHA took leftover coats from the Operation Warm event and donated nearly 2,000 coats to help the migrant and asylum seeker children here in Chicago. This is one thing that we could do to help those families who have sought us as a sanctuary city. Okay, if you can go back one slide now. Oh, okay, my slides are all in order. Go forward. Okay, I just want to make sure. CHA also with partners at the YWCA and our residents, go back one more. There you go. Nope. Forward. Forward. There you go. They all say resident highlights. They are all highlights. CHA with partners YWCA and residents built 2 Little Free libraries at Dearborn Homes and in the Cabrini Green area. And if you go on the website, littlefreelibrary.org, these are officially registered and on the world map for Little Free libraries, and we hope to expand this program through many of our properties to provide reading options for our residents. And now back one slide. There you go. CHA with partner Catholic Charities hosted its first agency-wide ceremony honoring veterans and their families. Thanks to Mr. Albert Robinson, a resident of Albany Terrace, who has organized events for many years at his building, and he first suggested in 2018 that we host an agency-wide event, and we intend to make this a tradition. We also launched a new e-newsletter for residents and voucher participants called Our House. Every time I say that, I want to sing the song. It's a very, very, very fine house, with 2 cats in the yard and only 2 cats under the pet policy, I think. So with this, I want to play a short video to highlight our down payment assistance program. No sound. It's a beautiful video, but we need sound. Okay.
I first heard about the down payment program through a CHA worker, Ashley, and she called and she thought it would be a good program for me to apply for.
So the CHA's Down Payment Assistance Program is a program that delivers a $20,000 grant for first-time home buyers. They can use this down payment assistance towards closing costs and down payment assistance.
And going over everything and me signing all the documents for the grants and the home and the title and everything, and it was just so surreal. And it really didn't hit me until I got the keys in my hand and came in, and I was like, okay, like this is mine finally. Like middle class, so not a lot of resources, I feel like, that's in that group of people. So we don't qualify for certain benefits for low class, but we do need some assistance. And I think that's where the DPA program, the DPA grant comes in hand for.
This down payment assistance can help to lower their monthly mortgage amounts and make it more affordable.
I think people don't realize that you can become homeowners. In my immediate family, I am the first homeowner in my immediate family. So I'm telling everyone.
That you see in the photo. So each time a homeowner closes, we take a commemorative picture with the key. Also on this next slide, our work office has been busy with partners, including vendors such as T-Mobile, who have created new opportunities for job seekers and business partners. And we look forward to providing a little bit more detail, but as you can see here, we've had hundreds of families or residents participating in National Apprenticeship Week. T-Mobile has a special training program to train how to work on their systems, as well as we've partnered with LISC Chicago on helping construction businesses work on job estimation. And we invite you, as always, to visit our website for our 2022 Impact Report, which also illustrates many of the programs that you see highlighted here. And lastly, okay. All of these good works are possible because of the excellent and dedicated employees at CHA. And at the last meeting, I did mention that we have received 4 awards of merit from the National Association of Housing and Redevelopment Officials. And I invited folks to stand up, and I made a slight error and did not invite Thurston Stimmage, who was one of the team members who helped receive an award for our energy efficiency partnership. So I just wanted to acknowledge his contributions. Is Thurston in the audience? Yeah. Thank you. And so on behalf of the management and staff of CHA, in the words of Commissioner Harris, thank you. On this Thanksgiving Day, we are grateful for your support, for the community support of CHA's mission to help families move forward. Gobble, gobble. And let's end on a little note of a flavor for the fall, if you can play the video.
Thank you so much, Tracy.
So today is our 16th annual CHA Operation Warm event. We are giving away 5,000 brand new winter coats to kids who live in CHA housing throughout the city of Chicago. And we're hosting a service fair with 30 organizations.
And since that time, since we started, we've given over 5 million children a brand new coat.
So we have incredible sponsorship support this year, and many of them are here in our resource fair as well. They include our healthcare partners such as Molina Healthcare, Aetna, and Blue Cross Blue Shield, County Care. We also have organizations providing free or low-cost internet service such as AT&T, Assurance Wireless. We also have 12,000 plus books here through our involvement in the Book Rich Environments initiative.
This is my second year here, but this is the best year here. The more importantly thing that we have received today was the books of some coats for my grandchildren.
This is the 4th time that I've been able to be blessed to be a part of this event. This was one of the first events I ever went to, and it is still one of my favorite events.
I got her books, I got her coats, and resources for public libraries and for the park district.
You know, this event epitomizes this administration's commitment to lifting hardworking families.
Thank you so much, CEO Scott. We'll now move into today's public participation for general matters. Knowing the importance of your attendance at our monthly board meetings, board members look forward to listening to your concerns and to giving full consideration to your input. Depending on the questions you ask, we may refer your questions directly to CEO Scott, who may be able to provide us with an immediate response. We may direct you to staff so your concern is promptly addressed, or we may need to contact you after the meeting to get more information. But be assured that your concerns will be addressed before the next scheduled meeting. To ensure that all registered speakers get an opportunity to address the board, we will enforce the 2-minute time limit rule. Additionally, speakers must appear individually and are not allowed to cede their time to another person. When called upon, please come to the podium. All comments must be addressed to me and not to individual members of the board or CHA staff. Disruptive behavior that impedes conducting board business is prohibited. Disruptive behavior includes, but is not limited to, personal attacks, abusive, threatening, or intemperate language, and refusal to abide by the time limitations set forth in the public participation rules. If the board is unable to conduct business due to serious and/or continued disruption from the public, I will recess or adjourn the meeting to allow removal of individuals for egregious breach of order. Disruptive behavior not only affects conducting board business, it also prevents registered speakers from safely communicating or getting their concerns addressed. Today, we have a total of 6 registered speakers who will comment on general CHA matters. The following is the order in which speakers will be called: Otis Thomas, Jenny Newsom, Carla Jackson, Delano Andrazo, Dallas Pickett, and Ernie Norman. So we'll start with Otis Thomas. Otis Thomas. Okay, we will go to Jenny Newsom. Ms. Newsom.
Before my time starts, I would first like to thank everyone at Chicago Housing Authority for the coat drive that was very, very successful. I worked both Thursday and Friday, and I visited a total of 8 buildings. It was wonderful. The seniors were so grateful, and I just hope that next year will be much more successful. God bless every one of you and everyone that donated those coats. You cannot imagine how thrilled these seniors were. A lot of our people have on multiple, the little jackets and things like that, but they're really cold. And that just lifted my heart and made me feel so much more better. And a lot of our seniors just, if you guys could know how grateful they are. I am going around to those buildings later and get some thank you cards and have them to sign them. Thank you very, very much. Now, 2 minutes. I would like to suggest just make a suggestion that we need a fire remediation team that would be there, that could consist of at least 5 members in each area of our city, north, south, and central. Because sometimes when fires happen, the surrounding neighbors get the black soot and the smoke residue. And a lot of people, especially your seniors or your ADA people, they cannot get up and wipe this stuff off of the walls or to get it off of the cabinets. And we have many, many very talented people that work for CHA, especially in our janitorial staff. So that means that we don't have to get bids. We can form a special team, and especially during the daytime, because this is when these fires usually happen, where they could come in and the people that's in the surrounding apartments, especially in those senior buildings, someone could come in with it's sort of like the Swifter, and wipe off those walls. They can take a the portable little steamer, steam off the cabinets. This way, people could stay in their apartments, not have to worry about the smoke bothering them through the
30
night.
seconds remaining.
And what I would like to see this to happen, this would make CHA seem more concerned. All right. And this would help our seniors and especially our people in the ADA apartments. I'm not saying to clean up a lot of water, just the smoke residue off the walls. It makes a difference because I experienced it. And I did have a fantastic team that
Time
came
has
in and
expired,
helped
Ms.
me.
Newsom.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Newsom. We'll now have Carla Jackson. All right. We'll now have Delano Andraza.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say thank you first for giving me the opportunity to be here today to speak about some concerns that we're having. So I have some prepared remarks here. My name is Delano Androzo, and I stand before you on behalf of the residents of the Hilliard Apartments. Our message today is mostly directed towards Mr. Peter Holston, the owner of the building. Mr. Holston, over the past several years, our community has been grappling with persistent and severe issues that not only affect our quality of life, but also more critically, our safety. It's a message we've conveyed to you before, and it's a message that cannot be ignored any longer. First and foremost, we are deeply concerned about the water damage issue that has plagued our building for several years. The problem has led to cracks in the structure of the building that have gone unaddressed for far too long. These cracks alone pose a significant threat, and we fear that if left unattended, they could lead to a disaster similar to the building collapse in Florida last year. In addition, the oversaturated walls in multiple apartments from these cracks is causing an aggressive mold and mildew issue that negatively affects the health and well-being of the tenants of Hilliard Apartments. Many apartments have
30
mold.
seconds remaining.
So, Mr. Holston, it's not just the cracks in the building, but it's the negligence in addressing them that alarms us. We sent an email several years ago to bring these issues to your attention. We can't comprehend why they haven't been fixed. It also concerns us that the manager who oversaw these issues has been promoted to property manager. And this seems to disregard our safety and well-being. In addition to these pressing structural concerns, we also face a
Time has
host.
expired.
Wow, that was quick. Thank you. But there are other concerns that we hope to address with Mr.
We'd like
Holston.
to stay at the podium. There is some additional questions we'd like to ask.
Yes.
Just a quick question. Since you have prepared remarks, Mr. Andrazo, if you
Yes,
could
ma'am.
provide those to us, and we
Sure.
will look into the situation. Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yes.
CEO, all of y'all have the packages that I passed out. I met with the residents Sunday. I'm here, a bunch of them in my office. So these are the packages. Just read them.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll now have Dallas Pickett.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Dallas Pickett. I am Vice President of Senior South. Jenny Newsom is the president. I'm also Vice President of my building. Ms. Scott was over there the other day, Judge Green Apartments last week, okay? I take time over these 8 years I've been with the council to establish communication, open lines of communication, as well as good professional working relationships with several members of your board, some in the audience, Eric Garrett, Ms. Francine Washington, Dr. Mildred Harris, Ms. Parker, Mary Howard, and many in the audience. So I was disappointed when our board, includes Ella Pennick, who's the president, was not contacted about the cancellation of an event that we were having with Mayor Johnson and Lamont Robinson. If we had been contacted, we could have had an alternative site, because it was told to us that it was because it was we're going through some issues with remodeling, and the room was closed, but we were never contacted. We had alternate sites, and I appreciate if we in the future could be contacted as a board. It looks like we would just disregard it, just say, well, heck with it, it's going to be canceled, and no one needs to tell us anything. And I don't think
30
that's how this
seconds
operates. I don't think this board and Ms. Scott intended to do so, but I needed to come out here and reach out and let you know that I have an open line of communication. I've had communication, and that's what I appreciated could have happened with us. We could have had another site. Thank you.
Thank you. The last registered speaker is Mr. Ernie Norman.
Good morning. My name is Ernie Norman. I'm a resident of Edith Spurlock Sampson Apartments on Sheffield, apartment 815. But due to the RAD conversion that's in progress, I will be moving shortly to another rehabbed unit in the building. First, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to be speaking here and to the generally expansive follow-ups that I get from the board online, and even more so every time I've been here at a meeting, I've been approached by somebody on staff who is knowledgeable about my concerns, and that discussion plus subsequent discussions by phone and email have been valuable. There's still remaining questions, but those will be dealt with over time. Since I received my 30-day notice yesterday, my efforts for the next month or two will revolve almost completely around my relocation. I am not looking forward to this task, but I am hoping my situation will finally be stable. When I signed my initial lease with Dolores Parlor 4 years ago, I told her this would be my last move. When I move out of this apartment, it will be in a bag. And she chuckled, maybe even laughed a little bit. Those of you who know Dolores Parlor know that she's pretty much all business, and it's hard to get a smile out of her. She commented that she'd heard that same thing from several other residents when signing their lease. Now, last time I spoke about this issue in July, I gave
30
copies.
seconds remaining.
I gave copies of a document called Edith Spurlock Sampson RAD Project Moving Issues to Lee Chook. I assume you all have those. That was originally created in September of 2021. It was edited in July, and I edited again, and edited copies Ms. Chook has. I also had the opportunity to speak with Lee Prater after that meeting, and was contacted by Lorena Young of Housing Opportunities Unlimited. We're in the process of trying to set up a meeting where I can go over my issues with her. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. I'd like to thank all of the registered speakers who spoke today. Responses for all your comments received today will be distributed at the next board meeting and will be posted on the CHA's website. We have a few announcements before the board goes into recess. Responses to the September 19th board meeting comments are available at the check-in desk and posted on the CHA's website. The 2024 committee and board meeting schedule is also posted on the CHA's website. Our next scheduled committee and board meeting is Tuesday, January 16th at 8:30 a.m. And just a reminder, you no longer need to register as an observer to attend committee or board meetings. However, persons wishing to comment at the CHA committee or board meetings must submit questions or comments in writing and online to board public comments at thecha.org, no later than 10 a.m. on Monday, the day preceding the board meetings. Visit our website or call the board secretary's office to stay abreast of information on the board-related meetings or to receive a copy of the public comments process or the 2024 meeting schedule. Since this is our last board meeting for 2024, and as we approach the end of the year, on behalf of my fellow board members, we would like to extend to all our CHA families, community partners, and staff our most sincere wishes for a safe and healthy holiday season. I will now present a motion to recess the regular meeting of the board. May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes, abstentions, or recusals? Hearing none, the regular board meeting is recessed, and we will return to our regular board meeting at the conclusion of the committee meetings. I will now hand over the gavel to my esteemed, if I can get it, the gavel to my esteemed colleague, Vice Chair Brewer, for the chair, who's the chairman of the Finance and Audit Committee, and we will go into the Finance and Audit Committee.
Thank you. Good morning. Welcome to the November 21st Finance and Audit Committee meeting. My name is Matthew Brewer. I'm the chair of the meeting. The chair of the committee. I'll call today's meeting to order. The board secretary will call roll to establish a quorum.
Commissioner Hart,
Here.
Commissioner Washington, Commissioner Brewer.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that Chair Herlock and Commissioners Gutierrez, Harris, Matanky, and Parker are also in attendance but not counted towards the quorum. I will now present a motion to go into closed meeting for approximately 15 minutes pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, 5 ILCS 122, so that the Inspector General can provide the board with an update on OIG activities and to discuss matters under the following exceptions: audit reviews under C-29, personnel-related matters under C-1, and pending, imminent, or probable litigation under C-11. May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Hearing no nays, or are there any nays? Hearing none, we'll go into closed meeting and be back at approximately 15 minutes from now to start the business portion of the meeting. ready to start the business portion of the Finance and Audit Committee meeting. May we have a roll call to establish quorum?
Commissioner Hart?
Here.
Commissioner Washington?
Here.
Commissioner Brewer?
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. We have 3 items for consideration by this committee. As a reminder, comments from registered speakers will be entertained after presentation by staff and discussion by commissioners. Items will then be voted upon after the public participation. As Chair Hurlock mentioned earlier this morning, item number 1, recommendation to approve the CHA's fiscal year 2024 comprehensive budget will be tabled today. Another meeting will be scheduled for consideration for the vote of this item. Item number 2 is the approval of the CHA Employee Handbook. That'll be presented by Dominic Maniscalco, Deputy Chief Human Resources. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning. I am very excited to be presenting this employee handbook for approval today. We have spent a lot of time and energy between human resources and outside legal counsel, as well as internal legal counsel, on getting this handbook just right. As you may recall, last March, the board asked us to take another look at the employee handbook, and here we are today. I will tell you that we have spent a lot of time making sure that our current practices are a true reflection in this employee handbook, as well as updates to new laws and legislation at the federal, state, and local levels as well. So I feel really comfortable with this version of the employee handbook, as it is a true reflection of the way that we are functioning at CHA today. I will open it up to the board with any questions.
Can you just start by maybe providing some of the highlights?
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. So some of the key revisions, again, as I mentioned, we updated a lot of new rules and laws and that sort of thing. So for example, the city of Chicago had updated their sexual harassment policy, so we made sure that we updated some of those. Some of the real key revisions are we updated the telework language in the employee handbook to reflect the way we are working today. We have hybrid schedules of 3, 4, and 5 that staff can work dependent on the department in which they work. We have added and clarified some language on the standards of conduct. We did some EEOC updates, which is equal employment opportunity language. In the handbook, we updated FMLA regarding pregnancy and child bereavement leave. In addition to that, we added some things that we have been doing, like compensation. So we added our compensation philosophy in the way we hire staff and try to retain staff. We incorporated that in the employee handbook as well. Clarified some sick leave language regarding the sick bank, and added some language regarding the updated procedures regarding tuition reimbursement. So I am excited about that one because we did increase the amount where staff can get reimbursed for going back to school. Updated dress code, and some new legislation regarding the Hatch Act that we updated as well. So in summary, that's it. But I know there's a lot to it, so I'm happy to answer any questions. Should anyone have any?
Sure. Are there any questions from the commissioners?
I would just like to say I'm happy to see this come to the board now. I'm happy that this has finally come to the board for approval. I'd like to say that I'm very happy that we are complying with the rules and policies, the labor laws and what have you. Other than that, I have no questions, but thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Harris.
I have a question.
Commissioner Washington.
And sorry I didn't get to finish, but I wanted to ask this question. Paid 15 employees whose performance or behavior gives rise to reasonable suspicion that the individual is under influence. What about our vendors and contractors?
Commissioner Harris, Commissioner Washington, this handbook is a policy manual for staff at CHA, not our contractors. Unfortunately, I don't oversee any of the contractors, but I believe there are provisions in the contracts in which the board signs for contractors that ensures that they are not allowed to be under the influence both alcohol or drugs. But again, I don't manage or supervise any of the contractors.
I'm saying we should put this language in. I didn't see it in the contractors because I watch contractors every day come to work. Some of them I know is high. Some of them come to work dirty, nasty, and filthy. We also, this contract needs to swing both ways. If they should have an accident or anything on CHA's property, they can hold CHA's accountable. Wouldn't even know if they have an accident, are they direct to go straight to the doctor and take a drug test or what have you.
Sure, more
we
than
need to-
happy.
The door needs to swing both ways if we're gonna do business, give out millions of dollars as we do.
I would agree, and I would absolutely love to speak with you offline if we can connect with some of the chiefs in other departments that oversee these contractors. We will absolutely enforce what is written in our contracts.
Commissioner Washington, thank you for your comments. We will definitely take that under advisement and look at our contracts that we have with contractors and vendors regarding that.
This is what I see, not what somebody tell me.
Thank you.
So I will say, Commissioner, I will say that any accident on the property with any employee is, any property management employee immediately has to go to take a drug test. So it is written in our PPM procedure manual, and that is, so it's cut and dry. So if there's an accident on the property or accident in any vehicle, they immediately have to go take a drug test.
Thank you.
Okay, although we got 2 lawsuits pending.
Are there any more questions from other commissioners?
Yeah, I got one, 2 rather. So I wanted to know, Dominic, this policy is good for what, 4 years, 5 years?
This handbook is as good as it is intact. So we have a process in which we will bring this back to the board should there be any changes. If we don't come back to the board with any changes, then this is a standalone document.
I know we just agreed to, they did in 2017, so this has been modified from the 5-year-ago version. I was wondering how often do this come up before the board?
So moving forward, we added language in here that ensures that the board approve any changes in the employee handbook. So
All
right now,
changes.
this version that is here is the version that is active as we speak, but the board is approving it today. So this version will be the standalone document moving forward, and any adjustments or changes we will bring back to the board for approval.
And the reason I asked that because I was wondering, do the employees get to give input, or do we accept input from the staff? And because we lose employees, so I want to know if they got a little bit of involvement when it comes to crafting and updating the handbook.
Yeah. So I love that you actually said that. So short answer is no, outside of human resources and legal counsel. So my staff have looked at this, legal staff internally. Mrs. Harris's team has looked at it as well. But outside of those 2 groups, no other staff has. So what we have talked about moving forward is to develop an employee committee to look at the employee handbook, and should there be any updates that we want to recommend, then it'll come back to the board for approval, and we'll have more of a holistic view of things that should or should not be captured in the employee handbook.
The reason I keep talking about why I bring stuff up, I was just wondering if we could in the future pick, it don't have to be chiefs, pick some random employees to be able to table some of these changes or, some parts of the employee handbook, if you could take that under consideration.
Absolutely.
And was wondering, was the longevity piece, is that part of the employee handbook?
The longevity piece, I believe yes, we did put it in here, and it is. And
Could you speak a little bit to the language of longevity?
Absolutely.
What does that mean?
So the longevity last year was the first year we incorporated it when we had went through our compensation philosophy, and when we talked to the board about kind of what the new philosophy was regarding how we hire staff and how we retain staff. One of the things that we recognized is that about 2/3 of our staff had been at CHA for a very, very long time. We have a lot of tenured staff. So we wanted to recognize those employees, so we implemented a system where every decade of service, each year, that employee will get $1,000 on the first paycheck in December, so right before the holidays. If you've been here 20 years, you get $2,000 a year. If you've been here 30 years, which there are a lot, you get $3,000.
And that's even
a year.
union employees. The unions, that don't have to be negotiated with the union employees, do it? How do they
It
get
does
paid?
have to be negotiated on the union side as well, but we did, as we talked with the board, we did give it to the union members last year as well, but it is something that does have to be negotiated.
For longevity.
It does. But we did implement it in the employee handbook for all other staff, but, the goal is to, not to talk about negotiations in public,
Yeah, I'm
but it does
sorry.
have to be.
Okay.
It's okay.
I was just wondering, I thought when we say all employees, we just talking all employees. This shouldn't be a union issue as far as I'm concerned.
Sure. I mean, in theory, we would like to implement a benefit to staff, to all staff.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Thank you so
That's
much.
the goal.
Thanks, Dominic.
In theory, it is not we have to, that is something you just implemented. So it wasn't something already in place across the board. You can do whatever you want to do when you do something. Shouldn't be a separation. They're all in CHA employees. The same person signs everybody's check. And I call them field hands because they're out there in the field. It's the folks that's out there in the field that's making everybody else look good, that make the chiefs look good. If they didn't do what they do, then you wouldn't get no accolades, you wouldn't get no merits, you wouldn't get nothing. Everyone should be treated equal. You didn't even want my kid over there better because he's skinny. My kid over here weigh 100 pounds, this kid weigh 400 pounds. You don't make no difference. That's like divine authority. Whatever you do, always treat the children equal. I don't see equality. They make distinction in the ranks, and I don't believe they're gonna do just the minimum.
I hear what you're saying,
They work for
Commissioner.
us, the residents.
I understand and I hear what you're saying. But
think
just
so.
by the process of us having a union and having a separate contract in which we have to follow, there are rules associated with that, so we can't just do whatever we want, unfortunately. We do have to negotiate with the union.
Some things you don't, you just say, this is what it's gonna be, and it's gonna be. You don't have to negotiate, we throw that out there. You're talking to me. I read, write, and comprehend. Tell me something I don't know. You can do it. You just say, this is what we're gonna do, and it's across the board. Ain't no negotiating. You do what you wanna do. When you throw a monkey wrench in the thing, we have to negotiate. There's no such thing. You don't have to. This didn't exist at first. This is something new, something different. This has never been in existence, so ain't no thing, well, we have to go by you. No, you don't. No, you don't.
Do we have any other questions from commissioners?
Don't have to do it.
Quick question. You said that any changes you'll bring to the board. What happens when the city updates a policy? Like you mentioned, the sexual harassment policy was updated, so you updated it in the handbook. Does that have to come back, or is that something that you automatically update?
That's a great question. So we talked to legal counsel about that, because if there's little minor changes, we still want the board to be aware of those changes. So if the city of Chicago implements a new law, we still want to come back to the board and let you all know of what those changes are. So it may not be in this public session in which we bring back the employee handbook for approval, but maybe it'll be in closed session and/or at briefings. But if there's substantive changes, we are absolutely coming back to the full board in open session with those changes. I hope that answers your question.
I want to just make the commission aware, the last time the employee handbook was updated was 2017, and there wasn't a schedule associated with updates or changes. So this comprehensive review, we have included that we will take an annual review of the handbook to make sure if there are changes that need to be incorporated. As Dominic said, if law changes and it goes into effect prior to that annual review, then we will certainly make sure that we're in compliance with the law and update the board. But in terms of reviewing the document, we will do that annually. This is also part of a larger process that we've engaged in the last couple of years, which is reviewing all of our board policies, of which we have many of them that have been on the books for years and they have not been reviewed or updated. And so we will be reviewing all policies that the board has reviewed annually. In some cases, we may recommend that there's no change, but we will definitely be looking at them to make sure that they're up to date.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Dominic. Thank you to everyone who's been involved in this. I know it's been a very labor-intensive process. With that, we're going to move on to number 3. Item number 3 is an authorization to award a contract for off-site document storage services. We have Anna Chen, our Chief Information Officer, to present the item. Good morning.
Good morning.
This item is a recommendation to enter into a contract with R4 Services LLC to provide off-site document storage and management services in amount not to exceed $648,890. This contract is consisting of a 3-year base term plus 2 one-year options. Currently, CHA has 33,000 boxes of paper records in the storage. In order to remain in compliance with the HAR regulations, state legislation, and the CHA's internal records retention policy, it is imperative that CHA uses off-site document storage services. This will ensure those critical paper records are maintained securely and systematically throughout their entire life cycle. After a competitive bidding process, R4 Services LLC was identified as the most qualified company. Their proposal has demonstrated an ability to meet all CHA requirements. I'm happy to answer any questions. I also have Trisha Rooney, the CEO, the president of R4 Services here, in case you have any questions.
Thank you.
Question.
Commissioner Washington.
Go ahead. Yeah, you go first.
Well, I was going to ask if you're, Ms. Rooney, if you'd like to just come and introduce yourself and just tell us a little bit more about the business and.
My name's Trish Rooney, and I'm the founder and CEO of R4 Services. We're a wholly owned, women-owned business. We've been around for 30 years, and I'm honored and privileged to manage and store your hard copy paper. My company is a full-service company. We manage corporate records for 1,000 companies all over the Midwest, and we are proud and honored to work with the CHA. We do scanning, we do document shredding, we do electronic waste destruction, and we do hard copy paper storage and retrieval. In addition, we do indexing, and we are always happy to help with anything on-site or off-site at R4 Services of Chicago, and we have about 100 employees in the city of Chicago.
Thank you. We'll take questions for commissioners, and maybe you can stay here just in case the questions are.
Thank you.
Commissioner Washington.
I had storage. The document that we're storing our CHA 60 East materials, right? The document that we paying for storage is all the documents that come from this address, this location.
Correct. They were stored off-site based off the document schedule on our records retention policy.
But since we is dealing with storage and documents, I've just talked to some of the residents of CHA, and could you please check on and see where all the property PM firms are storing their documents? Because folks have birth certificates, Social Security cards, death certificates, marriage license, everything in their folders, and from my understanding, some of the residents, some of that stuff is just being stored in a vacant apartment somewhere. Anybody get hold of this stuff, I can prove it, go to Sunnyside to the basement. Okay? Don't shake your head.
I have a question.
Definitely. We will look into that to make sure everything is stored securely in the off-site storage based off the
Open the doors, I left open, people go
So
down.
just want to clarify that the property management companies that are out in the field are required to utilize the same storage facility. They go through R4. They all of the tenant files, past tenant files are stored there under our retainers, our record retainers process. So they are required to utilize that same process. It is governed as part of one of our governing docs that's given them that they have to utilize our record retention policy. So if they are not in compliance, we definitely have some defaults for that, and they have opportunity to remedy. But I was just want to make sure that clearly we've identified, as you stated, Sunnyside, we've identified doing property management changes at a location, and that also was actually rectified, and those files are now put into R4 storage.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Are you sure? Did you go check it out? I'm the one reported to them.
I have a question I'd like to ask here.
Go ahead.
I would like to know, how often do we have our documents purged?
How often do you have documents?
Purge, yes.
I
That are
couldn't-
in storage.
Oh, purged.
Yes.
So we do it every year, that we have a records retention policy and the procedure in place. We do destruction every year based off the records retention policy. So there's a scheduler that we work with legal department to get those documents identified and purged.
The reason I've asked is because from 2009 up to the present date, we've gone from 18K to 33,000 boxes. That's an increase. And so that's why I'm asking, there's a great increase in terms of our documents that you're holding. And with that, I'm asking, is it something we could do in digitizing some of the documents that we have so that we don't have to put so much into your company storing our
Yes,
documents?
Dr. Harris and Commissioners, the legal department policy team is working on a revised retention schedule that will be spelled out in plain language. If you have X document, you have to keep it for X number of years. And it can be in digital form, but it must be retained in paper form. So some of our documents, we have to keep both. So we will be updating our retention schedules so that every partner department will know if you have X document, you have to keep it in a certain form, and it will be in a certain place. No more miscellaneous storage.
Commissioner Hart?
Can you talk a bit about your engagement with our resident services team on resident employment opportunities and other initiatives that R4 engages in with partnering with the community?
Well, I would like to be a part of your drive for coats. And I think that we could give residents a box to put their items in, maybe when they leave that annual event. And we are currently interviewing, and we have had CHA residents working for us throughout the years with the contract. And we would be happy and open to any other engagement with the residents and or in the residential properties that we could help in any way. Pro bono or anything that would be assisting, but we really value our relationship with the residents and having them working for R4 Services.
Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Parker?
Thank you for coming, Ms. Roney. I am familiar with R4, and so I do like the way you guys, like I say, you provide the boxes, you handle stuff with care. And so I have been at other companies where when you R4, so they come to pick up the documents. You give us all the tools we need to make sure those documents are transported, so that make me feel like they're going to be safe where they're going. So
absolutely
the same with your diversity on your team. I'm happy to see that this is a mostly Chicago-based firm. But when you said hundreds of, so this layout with the laborers, and it's real diverse. This only speaking to like 30 folks, so when you just said 100,
well, depending on projects, we can go from 35 to 100 employees. Right now is a busy time, a lot of pack-ups, so we're employing, more people. We use a staffing company that you should see on there in Chicago, a female minority-owned staffing company that assists us when we do need labor, in addition to, letting the CHA know we were open to hiring more people.
So I'm glad you brought up girls, because I'm all for girl power, so congratulations on being a
We try to have double women owned. And on the purging, we have a software package that the CHA utilizes, and so they're very diligent about managing what information can be stored and can be destroyed. I have to commend, we love working with partners like you. And on imaging, we can always do scan on demand, but imaging is costly, and I think we do have a pending RFP with you that we bid on, that you have not made a decision on, but we are always happy to do any type of scanning, a test to see if there is a cost savings, but it's very labor intensive, and if it's not documents that are used all the time, it is still cheaper to store them. I know that sounds, and we do scan on demand. So if you would like to have a document scanned to you instead of delivered physically, the team has used those services too. And I think we all try and be very cost efficient and do the best job we can with all the residents and the residential properties as far as pickups and deliveries.
Anna, is that also drawings? So is that they store our drawings and stuff for our buildings?
I think we do have drawings. There's a lot of documents, and then I think we do have drawings. I don't have the inventory in front of me to speak to it directly, but I'd be happy to get back to you on that.
Okay, it's okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other questions, well, thank you, Ms. Rooney, for showing up. We'll
Thank
move on
you.
to item number 4.
Thank you so much.
Item number 4, last item for consideration by this committee, is an authorization to award contract for website redesign and development services. That'll be presented by Karen Vaughn, our Deputy Chief Communications and Marketing.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for having me, and I'm also joined by Anna Chen to present the item. And this item is a contract to authorize the development of a new CHA website in the total amount not to exceed $1,365,444 over a 5-year period. And it includes a 3-year base term, 2 optional years, and an optional contingency amount, which can be used to fund additional enhancements anytime over the life of the contract. The contract award includes the website development, the hosting, and the maintenance hours over the 5-year period. And I just want to say we're very excited about this contract. This will be CHA's first new website in almost a decade. And I think anybody who's been on our website can attest to the fact that it needs some updating. Technology's obviously changed. We're really thinking as an agency more about customer service and how we put the user experience at the forefront of what we're doing. And this new website will really reflect that renewed focus. So the selected vendor is Palantir.net, and they have significant experience and expertise in web development and specifically in that user experience perspective. They are proposing a team that has a lot of experience in the specific code that we use and have done other government websites and, again, really understand the perspective that we're taking. They've also made a commitment to paid internships, mentorships, and hiring that'll satisfy our Section 3 goals. Their proposals really align with our values, and I just want to say we were impressed with the enthusiasm and attention to detail they brought to this project. So the CEO of Palantir.net is here, Tiffany Ferris, and we are happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Maybe we can start with Ms. Ferris. Thank you for being here. Can you tell us a little bit more about the company and your approach towards this project?
Yes, thank you so much for having me. My name is Tiffany Ferris. I'm the CEO of Palantir.net. We've been around for 27 years. We're a women-owned business. I'm the owner. And we work particularly with open source software. So again, as we look to this project as a web modernization product, we think it's really important on any of our public sector sites to be able to leverage open source, so it's not going to proprietary vendors, and to really be able to embody what Congress has set forward in the 21st Century Ideas Act, which is about making sure that the customer experience is centered for all of these, the digital infrastructure that provides support to all of the Americans. So I think we pay a lot of attention to the accessibility. We pay a lot of attention to what the user experience is like, making sure that when we've done our job well, no one actually notices it because they're there on the website to find information, to complete a task. The website needs to be fast. It needs to be responsive. So those are the things that we hold very deeply as we look toward your project. And we're very honored to be partnering with you over the next few years.
Thank you. Questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Parker, then Washington, then Hardin.
So I hear you guys are all, I'm Parker. I heard you guys are also Chicago-based.
We are.
Which is cool. And then could you explain a little bit about your internship you plan to provide for the CHA residents?
Yes, absolutely. So Palantir has had a commitment gosh, I think we started our first one in 2010, to making sure that those who are underrepresented in tech have a path into technology. So this isn't a new thing for us. We actually, 24% of our company are composed of people who were originally hired as interns. Some of them have been with us over 10 years. So we have a long history of being able to provide these internships. And then in 2021, we actually started an apprenticeship fellowship, which is paid to encourage those who are career changers or non-traditional students to be able to come into technology as well. So for to be able to meet our Section 3 requirement, what we would like to do is to create a specific internship for the duration of this project targeted at a CHA resident to be able to bring them on for a 3-month internship that is fully paid, and that then it's an internship to hire, so they're part of our path. In addition, for our fellowship program, while we've never explicitly prioritized economic disadvantage, we've always offered at least 2, sometimes 4 per year. We have team members who qualified as Section 3 for that. And so we're specifically going to make sure that every year of this contract, we do require Section 3 eligibility for at least one of those positions. So there's the internship that will accompany the entire build project, and then just our typical projects are now going to start to screen to make sure we consider economic disadvantage as part of that.
So when you say 3 months, that's the one person, that wouldn't continue after every 3 months. It's just that the 3 months is to get that one person hired, because how many bodies you gonna put on your team?
The total team for this project is like 7 people, and they're about half-time. So this person would come on, and we expect them to be successful in the completion of the internship and then be hired onto this project and to stay on the project through its completion.
Got it. All right, thank you.
I had a question, probably to CHA. I didn't get a chance to answer the briefing. Plain Air and Image X Media. I'm looking at it with just one point, and since you all are like $455,000 more, why didn't we hire the other company? I'm reading something about here. Somebody said.
Yeah, so the evaluation committee felt that the experience and enthusiasm that Palantir.net brought to the project was the most responsive and the most responsible vendor, so that was why they put forth Palantir as the selection.
But they were so close. 1 point. It don't take 1 point to win the game, but they were so close. I'm looking at the $500,000 cheaper.
Can you talk about why they asked for a waiver? The second.
I want to hear them say if that's the case.
Sorry. But they didn't answer. So sorry.
Okay.
Waiver. I have the same concern you have.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
She asked about why they asked for a waiver.
Read your question,
I'm
Maybe.
not allowed to, I'm withdrawing my question until
Okay.
Commissioner Washington allows me to ask it.
You may ask the question.
I may ask a question. What was the reasoning for the second bidder requesting a waiver of MBEWBE? That's what your board letter indicates.
Image Media.
Yeah. And then Mary, when we're done, stay up because I have a question for you too.
Okay, great. Hi, everybody. Mary Howard. So one of the issues with the second scored vendor was that they were asking for a waiver and not really aligned with our CHA values around diversity and inclusion. So that combined with the product that we believe we're going to get, really, if you took a look at that from a procurement standpoint, the scores would not have been 1 point difference. But it's the way that they shook out because of the way that we score, particularly our DEI values. So that's it in a nutshell, Commissioner Washington and Commissioner Hart.
So if they hadn't asked for a waiver, they probably would have been the chosen one, right?
Pardon me?
If that's the case, they hadn't asked for a waiver, they would have been the chosen one.
Perhaps, but there's 2 pieces of this, right? So one is the technical piece, which is very important to our success for customer interface. And then the second is that we are placing a very strong, emphasis on bringing in partners that share our values. So.
Well, I just hope they train us very well so we go and edit our own website. If every 5 minutes we had to call them, edit, put something in, then it's a problem.
That's the goal.
When you edit your own, you do a better
If
job.
I can do it, then, you know, we're doing good.
Right. Very good.
Amen.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure I understand. I understand the 3-month internship and the paid position, which I think is sort of one and the same. Someone goes through a 3-month internship.
OJT.
Okay. But can you explain how the 252 hours of training and mentorships is also involved? Like, how is that going to work?
Do you want to talk about that? Yeah, yeah.
So there's a second program where we offer a fellowship to folks who are training, and so we're going to create one of those positions that's in addition and separate from the OJT, and those students actually get mentored by folks on our team while they're going through the program. So we pay for them to go through. It's called Drupal Easy. So the open source content management system that we'll be using is called Drupal, and they go through the Drupal Easy program, which is a curriculum. We provide them with a laptop. We provide them with a stipend so that they have space to be able to study, and then we provide them with mentorship throughout that program as well. Successful completion of that program, we then make offers to folks to then come on as interns as well. So it's not guaranteed, so we didn't factor that in, but that's how that program works. But we provide quite a bit of mentorship on a every week basis for students as they're learning and going through that program. It's intended for folks without a technology background so that anybody can kind of be a career changer into it.
Okay, thanks. Mary, just how are you looking to target the potential individuals for this? And is there an additional component that could be career exploration, especially for youth in your summer program?
Yeah, absolutely. So kind of twofold, commissioners. So one, we have our Work Opportunity Resource Center and the staff there. That will be intertwined with our current digital inclusion work with Pat Stewart. So as you know, we're currently signing people up now for ACP. We've done a lot of digital giveaways throughout the year. So we have quite a number of residents that are interested in technology. And so we would look to target those folks and then look to our summer programming around that, as well as like spring break, so out of school time where there's larger amounts of time. So we'll be working with them on that.
Excuse me. I think I missed something when you just presented.
She has one more question.
No, I'm going to go in a different way, so go ahead.
I just thought you said that you would hire the resident, they would go through this internship of training and this mentorship program, and then after that, they're not guaranteed to get a job, or you bring other people on.
No, this is a different component of what they're doing for us with other kind of mentorship hours unrelated to the hiring.
But the person they bring on will work through the duration of the contract.
Hopefully so, yes.
About two different things, okay.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
And just a question about the website. This will be a multilingual website eventually?
Multilingual is part of the scope of it. It's an existing integration with Google Translate. That's my understanding of the scope as it stands today.
So that would be like a button?
Yeah. A button,
Okay.
yeah.
One more thing, and that's it for real. Once you develop this website, we don't have to pay for no additions and no add-ons every other month.
No, that's one of the reasons we use open source software. There's no ongoing licensing fees. So
Okay.
there's fees for the hosting. We don't provide directly, but we'll.
That was me.
We ain't paying no extra fees.
So, no, there's no extra fees. You can continue to use it and maintain and extend it. I think one of the mental models I like to talk about with websites is it's kind of like ocean swimming, though, where, if you don't do anything, you're going to get moved by the current, right? So there's always new things that you may want to do for it, but that's where our services will be provided. Isn't that something new? All the day-to-day things we'll operationalize and make sure that the CHA staff has direct access to be able to handle those things on a day-to-day basis.
But you just make sure we can do what we need to do.
Absolutely.
Without extra dollars. That's
Yeah,
all I'm saying.
absolutely.
No more dollars.
Can I just add, that's the reason that the maintenance hours are in the contract and also this contingency amount, so that we can continue to enhance it. It's not like we're going to make it and then we're done and we won't look at it again for 10 years, which I think is kind of what had happened in the past. But we'll be able to continue to have improvements and constantly be reflecting what we're hearing from our customers and from our residents and making it better throughout the course of the contract.
I do like the maintenance hours you threw in.
Any other
Yeah,
comments?
one. So the fellowship program, is there any type of certified training certificates that the folks will receive, just in case, like you said, they don't make it and they successfully complete, whether you're offering the fellowship students?
So that's provided through Drupal Easy, which is certified by the state of Florida. It's a remote program, so anyone can do it. So they will get a certificate from Drupal Easy.
In
that
what?
provides- In Drupal. Drupal's the content management system, yeah.
What's Drupal? I'm sorry.
Drupal is the technology that underlies the ability to do, as the commissioner was talking about, have non-technical people be able to manage the content on the website. So that's the software that you use to both build and maintain the sites.
So when I put it on my resume, I'm certified in Drupal.
You would get picked up and let me tell you. It is commonly used, yeah.
Well, thank you for being here. Thank you for
Thank
answering
you.
our questions. Thank you for the presentation. With no more questions from commissioners, and there's no public comment requests that we received for items on the agenda, I'd like to present an omnibus motion for approval of items 2, 3, and 4. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any nays, accusals, or abstentions? Hearing none, items 2 through 4 are approved. Since there's no further business to come before this committee, I'll present a motion to adjourn the meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes? Hearing none, the Finance and Audit Committee meeting of November 21st is now adjourned.
We will now move into the Real Estate Committee.
He has one.
Yes,
Good morning and welcome. My name is James Matanke, and I will be chairing today's Real Estate Operations Development Committee.
Roll call.
Closer. The
Can't
mic.
hear
We can't hear you.
Good morning and welcome. My name is James Matanke, and I will be chairing today's Real Estate Operations Development Committee. The November 21st meeting is now called to order. The board secretary will call the roll to establish the quorum.
Commissioner Gutierrez,
Here.
Commissioner Harris. Here. Commissioner Parker,
Here.
Commissioner Matanke.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Lee. Let the record reflect that Chair Herlock, Commissioner Brewer, Hart, and Washington are also in attendance but not counted for the quorum. The first matter for approval is the meeting minutes of July 18th Real Estate Operations Development Committee. May I have a motion and then a second? I've moved it. May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes, abstentions, or recusals? Hearing none, the minutes for July 18th are hereby approved as submitted. We have 4 items for consideration today by this committee. As a reminder, comments from registered speakers will be entertained after presentation by staff and discussion by commissioners. Items will then be voted upon after public participation. The first item for consideration is item number 5, authorization to execute a housing assistant payment contract with Lawson House VASH. This item will be presented by Cheryl Burns, Chief Housing Choice Voucher Officer.
Carrie.
Not Cheryl. Hi, Carrie.
I'm sorry,
Hi,
Cheryl
Karen.
couldn't join us today.
Okay.
Feeling a little under the weather.
Good morning.
Good morning.
There
Commissioners,
we
do you have any questions for Carrie?
You gotta present the
Yes,
item.
I have a
Oh, I'm sorry.
You want me to present the memo?
All right.
It's okay if you vote
I'm
yes.
off. All right, please, Carrie, present the item.
Very quickly, before you is a recommendation to assign 30 VASH, project-based vouchers, to Lawson House. This is Chicago's largest SRO preservation development, and we'll be partnering with the City of Chicago, the Illinois Housing Development Authority, to bring 409 total units into housing for special needs populations across the city. The VA has requested the assignment of 30 VASH vouchers. This will complement the already board-approved 100 PBV vouchers. And the development is under construction today and hoping to deliver units really hopefully before the end of the year.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Commissioners, do
just
you have
want
any
to know,
questions?
The completion date. The completion date.
In our audience is Irene Burke from Holston Development, who can talk about that. But
When
as
is
you
the
know,
ribbon cutting, Irene?
big projects take a lot of time.
Hi, good morning. My name is Irene Burke. I'm a Senior Development Manager with Holston Real Estate Development Corporation. The completion date is March 19th, 2024, and it'll be a phased lease-up, so we're starting December 1st of 2023.
So they'll get a partial certificate of occupancy for several of the floors. They're looking for December for that, and then the final completion by March.
Great.
Thank you.
And how many people do you anticipate moving in before the year end?
We're anticipating filling 3 floors, so that's approximately 70 units, 70 individuals.
Thank you. I had asked a question during my briefing of why we've added another 30 veterans to have 130 total. Would you please explain some of that to the commission?
Sure. This was a request originally from CHA. We had the ability to absorb more subsidized units in the building, so it's really kind of a perfect match of.
Do we need extra services provided at that, or we already have enough services?
So
for
the VASH
100?
will bring its own services from the U.S. Department of Veterans Administration. The VA reached out to CHA to ask for the additional 30 units. Actually, now, I was just advised by Irene that as of today, if this is approved, there will only be 3 units without a supportive housing subsidy attached to it.
Wow. Okay. Commissioners, any other questions?
3 units out of total 400-some units.
It's 409 total units.
Right. The rest of them being subsidized by somebody or something.
Somebody, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, will they have a social service agency component of the red one that's functional downstairs?
Yes, so social services will be provided by Holston Human Capital Development and Renaissance Social Services, as well as services from the VA for the VASH units.
Thank you. Chair Hurlock?
By PVI and our VASH unit, someone will follow up and make sure they get the attention they deserve.
Oh, the VA assigns a staff person and will have on-site VA services in this building. This contract's large enough that they will actually place a social worker at Lawson House.
I know I just asked a question. I need to go on record because sometimes we get these amendments to throw ourselves in something. Once the residents move in, no one follows up or follow through because they already got their rent roll. I just want to make sure someone follow up,
Absolutely.
that I never have to get a call.
Chair
We all
Hurlock,
want-
you had a
And
question?
you did an excellent job, Carrie.
Thank you.
I did have a question, slash, it's more like a comment. One, I'm very much in favor of the VASH program and using these vouchers. Very excited to see that they're going to be used. But I am somewhat concerned because this same developer was mentioned in public comment by one of the residents about problems they're having. It's a different development, but I'm very, very concerned about that. And so I'd like to see that resolved.
Irene?
Are you aware of the concerns?
I was made aware in the public comment earlier today. I'm not currently working on that project, but I will convey the concerns, and the company will absolutely follow up on them and work to resolve them.
Yeah, we were told not just structural, but infestation, roaches, et cetera, that are not being addressed for
And-
too long.
The property office, the PBV team, and the development office have had conversations in regards to this project and will continue to have relationships. Those buildings are very important to the city of Chicago.
Yeah.
Very important.
Thank you.
So I was fortunate to visit the ribbon cutting or the groundbreaking at COVID. So I'm excited to be a part of these, and like Commissioner Hurlock said, Chairwoman, VASH units. I mean, getting veterans housed is critical in the city. You know what I mean? They work hard, they fought hard for our country, and we just want to make sure that they could live comfortable. When you talk about the wraparound services, is those, they contracted out with Holston? Could you just say Holston Development got some type of social service program as well?
Yes.
Could you explain a little bit about that? Because I never heard of Holston doing social service.
So Holston Development has a social service arm, Holston Capital Development Corporation. That's their social work arm. They're in, I believe, all of their buildings, as a matter of fact. In addition, because there's subsidies tied to other units in the buildings, Renaissance Social Services, and you did see them at Covent.
Yeah, I did.
Is also going to be housed there and has subsidies attached to other units. So you'll have those two social work teams within the building, in addition to the VA staff now with the VASH units. So you're going to have a minimum of 3 teams of social services within Lawson House that will be on site to help provide services for all of the population there.
So we got on this paper, we got a $20 million buy-in. What's our total buy-in? You know, I mean, if you don't,
It would be closer to over 30 years.
it's 30
Yeah, so that's the 30-year contract
Right.
amount. So it's,
okay, you know.
yeah,
How many units then do we got out of the
100 will be under project-based vouchers.
Got it. Okay.
30 under
But again, that, we don't want to start with the roaches over at this building, so we want to make sure that maintenance is key. So you guys plan on hiring maintenance staff?
Absolutely. So the project will be professionally managed by Holston Management Corporation. It's been completely rehabbed there. There's no infestation in the building, and we'll keep it that way.
You know it's brand new, it shouldn't be none yet, you know what I mean? Ain't nobody in it.
Okay.
So, and in your package, so at the end of the first year of the contract, if under the minimum tenant share of rent, the contract would pay $2.2 million in rental assistance for the 130 project-based vouchers. So that includes VASH and PBV.
So we can't make no requirements about Section 3 or nothing like that because these
We're
are
not in
rent
it.
subsidies that we provide for this.
Right.
Got it.
Any other questions? Yes, Commissioner Hurt.
More of a comment, and no offense to you. What is your title in the organization?
Senior Development Manager.
Okay. And thank you for coming in today. Just a comment to our team, but also to Holston. This is a multi-million-dollar investment that CHA has in this. Holston is also a developer in the Cabrini area and has had decades of relationships with CHA, in addition to Hilliard Homes. So it is slightly, if not totally offensive, that leadership from this entity didn't bother to show up.
I'd like to apologize. Peter was going to be here today, but is ill, as is Cheryl. There's something going around, but he was planned and signed in for being here today.
That's great, but there's also other leadership in the organization that could have shown up at the most senior levels, and that would be an expectation for partners that have been with us for decades with tens of millions of dollars of investment.
Any other comments or questions? Hearing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Carrie, thank you. Irene, thank you. The next item on the agenda will be presented by Eric Garrett, Chief Property Officer. Eric, item number 6 reads as follows: authorization to award contracts for laundry services.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ellen Sargent, our Deputy Chief of Building Operations, will present this item today.
Good morning, Ellen.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you, Eric. This recommendation for comprehensive laundry services contract award to Midwest Laundries will improve laundry amenities in CHA senior buildings in 3 ways. It's going to replace the existing older laundry appliances. It'll be providing consistent maintenance services when the appliances go down, and it's going to introduce a use of a laundry card to operate the laundry machines, which is effectively going to change the way that residents in most CHA senior buildings do their laundry. For the initial contract term of 3 years, the service fee recommended is $1,012,320, and for the 2 one-year options, if we choose to exercise them, that'll increase the aggregate contract amount by by $674,880. In most CHA senior buildings, laundry machines currently operate without any payment or regulated operating system. This has led to overuse and misuse, resulting in laundry machines needing replacement before the end of their life cycle, and we see a higher than average breakdown in these appliances. We anticipate that implementing the requirement to have a laundry card to operate the machines will decrease these instances of overuse and misuse. In addition, the CHA is proposing to share the monthly cost of laundry with residents in the senior portfolio by preloading a value for 3 loads of laundry on each resident's laundry card at the beginning of each month. To clarify, 1 load is equal to 1 wash and 1 dry. So 3 loads will be preloaded on each resident's laundry card at the beginning of the month. A laundry card value reloading machine will be placed in the lobby of each building so that the residents can add value to their card to pay for any additional loads of laundry. This new cost model will generate a new revenue stream that will pay for a portion of the annual service contract, as well as to provide the additional structure to operating laundry appliances, which we hope will further decrease the misuse and overuse of these machines. In the past 2 years, the CHA has purchased new commercial-grade washers and dryers at 24 senior buildings. This agreement will provide the CHA a one-time credit to purchase these machines, these new machines, and then lease them back to the CHA. The vendor will then continue to purchase and install new commercial-grade laundry machines for the remaining 22 buildings in the senior portfolio and take on all the maintenance, monitoring, and repair tasks. At that point, the CHA will no longer own laundry machines in this portfolio, but instead lease them from the vendor, similar to how the family properties work for laundry. As this program is rolled out, we anticipate the first phase is to replace older machines with new machines within 60 days of the executed contract. This phase will also include a focused communication campaign on how to use these new machines. The campaign will include signage in each laundry room, on-site trainings, and information sessions, as well as employing some existing resident ambassadors and other resources at each building to be knowledgeable about laundry machine operations. In the second phase, we're going to focus on using the cards and, again, showing residents how to use them, giving each resident a card, and then installing the machine for residents to add value to their laundry card. The final phase is to confirm the IT infrastructure needed for the remote monitoring system that will alert the vendor and the CHA regarding machines that are not functioning. We have Jim Schultz from Midwest Laundries here today to provide some background on his company, as well as to answer any questions. We can both answer any questions that the commissioners might have.
May I start with a couple of questions, Ellen?
Sure.
How do we determine 3 loads a month for free?
Well, we looked at one of our buildings in the senior portfolio is called Mini Ripperton. And that building has been paying for laundry over the past couple of years, even when other buildings moved to a free system. So we analyzed the use of the laundry machines at that facility and from that data took that most residents perform 4 loads of laundry a month. And so in sharing the cost of the laundry, the CHA is proposing to pay for 3 of those loads, with the resident then being responsible for any additional loads that they might want to do that month.
So at our other buildings where the seniors have not been paying for it, this is a new expense for them?
Yes, sir.
Got it. How many are the new machines you mentioned they're going to be gradually replacing the oldest
So
ones, or
we
not doing a whole laundry room at once like we do in commercial real estate? How does that work?
The graduation is per building. When we go and replace laundry machines, we'll do it for every laundry room and or in that senior building. So to date, we've got 24 buildings. As you know, some properties have 2 buildings. So 24 buildings that do have these new commercial grade laundry machines. However, they don't have, excuse me, they don't have the card operation quite yet. So we'll roll out card operation, but before we do that, we're going to replace laundry machines with these new commercial grade appliances at the remaining 22 senior buildings that do not have fully replaced machines with the new commercial. So all of the portfolio will have new commercial grade machines, and then we'll introduce the use of the laundry card.
Okay, and have we determined that the laundry rooms and the capacity within the laundry rooms are appropriate for our senior buildings?
So that's part of what we're calling a laundry room refresh program, which again, we've been implementing all year and we will continue. Not only is it a refresh for the aesthetics, so we're replacing the floors and painting and all of the finishes in the room, but we're also cleaning the vents that are connected to the dryers. We're rotting the drain lines so that the laundry machines drain properly, and checking all the electrical outlets. These new machines won't increase electrical need, so we don't anticipate having to do redistribution of electricity, but we will check the existing outlet, and then as that wire goes back to the panel to make sure that everything is correct.
Are the new machines larger in capacity or similar to what we have currently?
The new machines are larger in capacity, but they're also Energy Star certified.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, other questions?
Yes.
Commissioner Washington.
All these washers and dryers will be installed by what date?
So for the 22 buildings that do not have them yet, it'll be within 60 days of the executed contract.
What you mean 22 buildings? You just said y'all put them in 24, it's 59 senior buildings.
So within under this contract, there are some buildings, for example, our single entity properties like Kenmore, Pomeroy, and Britton Bud, that have their own contracts and operate on their own.
They still CHA, they still not working. They operate on their own, it don't matter. They're leasing up. They come to the meetings and complain every month. If they're not working, it don't matter, okay, you got a separate contract, so you just don't get any. It don't work like that. At the end of the day, they're gonna complain to CHA.
Right, so is there a plan to change
What
the
about the
contracts in
family
those
housing?
buildings?
So I think what the commissioner is talking about is that we need a standardized laundry room so that everything looks the same, everything's operated the same, and everything is monitoring the same. And although we have these various contracts and some are specific to certain buildings, the standardized laundry program will make sure that monitoring is 24/7 and that within 2 business days, any machine that goes down will be repaired or acknowledged and have a repair schedule.
What I'm saying, I'm a commissioner for CHA. Anything under CHA where you're renting or leasing, I'm saying all the CHA is one entity. And I'm just so frustrated. All these people with these ABCs, 1, 2, 3s, and DDTs behind their name, no smart as they may be, CHA is one CHA. We got to start using our common sense. What the facts, one facts are, you can't come tell me I'm at 5040 North Kenwood, and I got a building right across at 23rd North Kenwood. 23rd good machines, Kenwood and that because it's a rat. It don't work like that. Everyone complains to CHA, no matter what they are, and you all don't get it. They all be treated equal across the board, and that's what we told them.
Thank you,
If the management firm ain't doing it, we are responsible.
Thank you,
We are
Commissioner.
responsible, and we need to start doing it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You come, tenant service meeting is the second Wednesday every month. It's gonna be at the FIC. You need to come and tell those folks they not CHA. Why they not getting washing dryers, and they don't have any at all.
So again, our
You know, they
intention
don't
is a
have any-
standardized laundry room and operations,
You said,
and we're implementing it. Part of that implementation is utilizing this contract.
No, you said 24 more buildings, you did 24, you just doing 24, 23 more. Well, it's 57 CHA buildings plus family housing. CHA is CHA, I don't care how you look at it, the buck stops at this table.
I
This
totally
table.
agree with you, Commissioner.
They ain't thinking like that.
The family properties is a separate execution, a contract. That's a separate vendor, is a revenue sharing. It's actually in your supplemental package, the rollout on that as well. But I do hear your concern.
You
We
know
will
my
definitely,
concern.
we will
You've been
definitely
out
make
there.
sure that wherever there is washers that need to be replaced, they will be replaced. We're not gonna allow our senior families not to have operational laundry facilities.
Thank you, Eric.
They ain't working.
Commissioner Parker.
What's the cost of a wash and a dry? For even if it is 1 or 2 times, 'cause I think 4 times a month is,
The extra one, assuming somebody does it every week.
I mean, they're assuming it's for, I mean,
Yeah.
some people, right, some people might wash it, like say, once or twice a week. So what's the cost of the one?
It's $1.50 for wash and $1.50 for dry.
Oh, okay, so the firm, I think that's Chicago Midwest, they agreed to hire one full-time minimum wage staffer. What is he gonna do? Go to every single one when it's a breakdown?
No, so what we've done is, in accordance with our bid, we've agreed to hire a Section 3 staffer from CHA through the employment office. That staffer may not be necessarily a technician. Technicians that work on our machines do have certain requirements, knowledge. We try to hire folks that have some experience with repairs and appliance experience. Certainly if we can find someone with those qualifications, we'd love to put them on in that role. Absent that person existing, we would hire them just as a support role, whether it be warehouse staffing or delivery and install staff. We have a few different portions of our company that we could put them in.
What you consider minimum wage? What's your minimum wage?
Well, so the lowest paid person at our company makes $22 an hour. We don't have any people that are anywhere near minimum wage. Our highest paid technician right now is well over $40 an hour.
So the one person is gonna be at the 22?
Unless.
That's the lowest we hire at currently.
I'm saying, so that's your minimum wage?
That is,
As a city, 14.
yes, correct. We don't hire anyone below 22.
Oh, so that's a pretty cool minimum wage.
Will there be a path to train that person on mechanical?
Absolutely. We currently have, I believe, 3 people who have started as warehouse staff, people who unload trucks and things like that, who have now graduated to commercial installers. Our commercial installers all make north of $30 an hour. So those are, we feel that they are good jobs.
Thank you.
Could I ask, that wasn't really an obligation, that's something you just decided to do on your own?
Well, it was, I'm sorry.
I don't know, Ellen, because it says no Section 3 requirement. So what made you guys do a Section 3? Was that required?
I'm not sure if it was 100% required. They asked us what we could do to.
I'm asking CHA because.
Oh, I'm sorry.
They just.
So I'm going to ask Mary to potentially help out. I believe that the contract is a service contract. So it still is the percentage of Section 3 compliance. I believe that that's a 3% request. And so the proposal that Midwest submitted and that we are recommending for award meets those compliance requirements.
And what they 20% MDE gonna, what's their role?
So I believe that it was indirect MWDBE. Due to the nature of this contract, I come to understand that a lot of times MWDBE is done through purchasing and other things like that. With this contract, the machinery that we purchase to lease to CHA is from one large national vendor. There's no MWDBE appliance manufacturers. The same with, there's really no opportunity in a contract like this to outsource. The reason we believe that you've hired us and selected our bid is for what we provide. And if we were to go and outsource that, you wouldn't be getting the quality that we've come to know that we provide our clients with. So there is no opportunity to outsource anything in the bid.
It wasn't outsourced, in the write-up, it say a 20% indirect participation. And I just wanted to know, how is that gonna be how would you make that indirect participation? That was my question, Ellen.
Do you have an example of an indirect participation?
So when we were going through this bid, we were told that vendors that we use, not necessarily for products that were acquired for this contract, could be included. So we do have plenty of vendors. We're a relatively decent-sized company. We do have a few vendors who are MWDBE that we do procure other services and items from, so that we would do everything we can to continue to use them, and then also add additional MWDBE vendors throughout the life of the contract.
Right, 'cause it's kind of overall, so it's just your whole company buy-in, whatever you, even without CHA CHA contracts, you can make that 20% up on other
Correct,
parts of your
and as many places as we possibly can.
Got it.
Thank you.
We'll monitor that.
Commissioners, any other?
Say one question.
Yes, Commissioner Washington.
This is not directed towards you, but it is, and all the rest of the vendors in the house say they're gonna hire. You said you're gonna hire residents.
Yes, sir.
Say, I just want nobody saying I went through the portal 3 or 4 months later, I couldn't find anyone. If you can't find nobody, ask somebody. We all around here. CJ staff is all here. Too many times vendors come on the mic, oh, we're gonna do this. It sound all good. Next thing you know, 3 or 4 months later, we fighting with them. Find somebody and do what you say you're gonna do.
Understood.
At this point, nobody care about the residents but the residents, to me.
Yeah, we've been told that we can go through the, I believe, in some sort of employment office that handles Section 3, and that they would assist us with finding a qualified
Find
resident.
someone.
Happy to do that. We're actually hiring right now, so more than happy to do that.
Find someone
If,
for the website. Find someone.
okay. Are there any other questions or comments?
I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner.
I just want to understand, the person that would be assigned, let's say, to one of our facilities full-time, that person would be certified to
So,
handle any kind of problem that the residents may have in terms of utilizing the washer or the dryer on site.
yes,
That person that is going to be there is qualified, is certified to repair any, let's say, things that would need to be repaired. Is that?
yes, that's correct. So each facility does not have one dedicated employee from our company. So if a service request is made, one of the technicians would be dispatched to the location. All of our technicians are trained and factory certified in the machines that we either sell or lease to our clients. So yes, they're fully insured and certified.
So you have a pool of our people that would qualify to operate or to repair whatever machines that would need to be repaired for the operations of the washer, the dryer. I'm just trying to get it.
If there was a resident who was Section 3 qualified and they were
Is there
also
a kind of
qualified.
training that our people?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do provide training in-house, and then there's also manufacturer-based training. So if someone were to be employed by our company and then put in that role, they would be trained and brought up to our standards.
How long is it for the training take?
It depends on the experience of the individual that's being hired. Some people require very little training or may already have
Can you
training.
give me an idea, like?
Anywhere from,
months?
anywhere from, I'd say, 1 to 6 months, depending on prior experience.
Thank you.
Got one more question. Ellen, what's the relationship with CSC and Midwest? Because I'm kind of confused why we got 2 contractors named.
Right, so as Mr. Garrett had spoken, you do have some information on a contract that is a revenue sharing agreement with CSC Laundry, and that is for the family properties. The reason that it's not being formally presented to the board is because there's no service fee. It's a revenue sharing agreement, and so we're just working with our procurement and legal team to negotiate the terms of that contract, and it did not need board action.
I'm saying CSC came in higher. Did they compete against Midwest? Because I'm confused with why their name is inside of this.
We're not related.
I'm not talking.
No.
CSC.
So yes, both CSC and Midwest responded to the RFP for both sites, both family and properties, family and senior properties.
Oh, so you kind of split the.
That is correct.
Okay, I just wanted to. I was.
So Midwest gets the seniors and CSCs gets the
Right,
family.
CSC is getting the family and Midwest is getting the seniors.
And is this first for Midwest? Is this their first contract with us?
It is not.
So they got laundry machines somewhere else? Midwest got laundry machines in our other properties?
Yes, they previously had contracts with the agency. Previously.
If I could interject, this is our first contract with CHA. Midwest. I apologize.
Thank you. Okay.
Midwest has been a subcontractor to provide
That's correct.
these Energy Star appliances through our laundry refresh program, but the first service.
First direct
First direct
contract, yes.
contract.
Correct.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to know how many of our residents are signing up to become HVAC certified technicians? Did you have that?
We are not related HVAC.
Whatever.
Laundry.
I guess I misunderstand the question. How, you'd like to know throughout the course of the contract, how many are
Well, throughout the
applying?
course of the contract, I think we'd like to keep track of how many people you're helping to train. That'd be wonderful.
We can certainly provide that on a quarterly reporting basis. Yes, ma'am.
I would be interested in that.
And then I also, just for clarification, where the operations of the machines, we anticipate there to be some confusion. The machines look and act differently than what residents were used to before, especially with energy efficiency. They use less water. Their cycles are a little bit different. So we will have that communication, that information, and that training on the operation of the machine. And then separately, if we need a maintenance technician to come out to do some repairs and/or reprogramming, something that's a little bit more technical, Midwest will be responsible for that. But we are going to build a kind of a consortium of knowledge within our resident ambassadors as well as other resources to help our residents use the machines and have them function as intended.
What I find is the wisdom and the detail of what you're doing in communicating with our residents. Communication is very key so that we have an understanding and an agreement with your communication style, something that's technical. There are so many different skill sets that are involved in this. And so therefore we want to know from our end, our residents who have certain skill sets that would fit the description of what we need, so that when we do have problems, that you have a pool of our people who
Who can
already
help.
have those skill sets, who can utilize or can be used in the position of what we need in terms of repairing things or maintaining the equipment that you're providing.
Yes, ma'am. And we're going to support Midwest as well as work with our colleagues on the work team, the work department, and we'll provide updates to the board as we roll the contracts out, as we roll the program out.
Thank you.
I'm looking for detail, I'm very detailed.
Yes,
Chair
ma'am.
Herlock, you wanted to ask a question?
It wasn't so much a question, but I do want to commend, when we had spoken about this earlier, I wanted to commend about getting the ambassadors, that's phase one, because it is wonderful that we're providing the first 3 loads, wash and dry, to our seniors, but that might have an unintended consequence that folks might try to just do only 3 loads, which means overstuffing, breaking down, and just over misuse, which we're trying to prevent from the machines in the first place.
Thank you, Commissioner.
One a
Thank
week.
you. Commissioner Washington, yes, ma'am.
I was saying they should have got 1 wash a week at least, whether they use it or not, just in case. They are going to overstuff, they are going to break down. Everybody don't get as much you think they get. They just get a little Social Security check or disability because of their age. Some of them never worked, never had the chance to really earn any real money. But then, too, we was talking about the boxes. I know you can put in a card box for them to pay on credit. Everyone don't have credit cards. Although the federal government says everybody must have some form of receiving a check because they don't get paper checks, folks still have money come to the Curse Exchange. Folks with credit cards and their seniors, you get in line behind them at the ATM, you have to make at least 20 or 30 minutes. They are so confused.
See,
But they're not going to put their credit cards in those machines. They try to do the Red Cafe, and they still confused. That's been exist for the last 3 years. So you need some type of way for somebody to take cash, for them load their cars, have cash in machines, but you got to have somebody empty the machines out.
help them out. CEO Scott, you have a question?
Yes, Commissioners, I just want to make sure that we're under sort of where we are at this point. So we're bringing this contract to you because we always hear about machines not working. And so the first step is to replace all the machines with commercial washers and dryers. At the same time, we are planning, and we will work with both the CAC and the LAC in particular, and building presidents around how we roll it out within the building in terms of education and engaging residents. We're also talking about consistent signage throughout the buildings. And in my visits with some of the residents in the buildings, there is definitely a desire for ambassadors to speak to how, as a community, everybody is pitching in and doing their part and making sure that, the rooms stay neat. So as well as, if you have a load, do you get it out quickly? And so there's sort of community rules and guidance. I've heard that a lot from residents, and so we want to use this opportunity, one, to get the machines right, and then two, to make sure that we're engaging residents in it working and continuing to work and where we can make improvements all the time on that. But we had to get the machines right. So this is what's being presented to the board, and we will continue to work with you. And thank you, Commissioner Washington, for your feedback up till now, but we'll continue to work with you to make sure that the whole system works right.
Thank you.
One comment, sorry.
Yes,
I've
Megan.
Waited.
Commissioner
but
Hart.
I just want to echo the 3 loads a month, and I appreciate the review that you did at the location where laundry was charged, but the potential thinking at that place is people are washing what they can afford. So you take 4, versus people that are on a tight budget, they're making those decisions in limiting themselves. And so I would just ask that you rethink about the number. If we're going to save money, maybe this isn't the place to really do it with people's laundry. We're spending a significant amount of money on a website, on record retention. Why cut costs on people's laundry? So just take that into consideration.
Thank you, Commissioner. And this is what I was saying. We will continue to refine the actual program around this. And so whether it's the number of loads that are put as an allowance on each card, that's still an open question for us in terms of what's exactly the right amount, but we can change that. So we are not trying to cut costs by any means on this. We want to make sure that it's right. So thank you.
I just want to
Yes,
kind of reiterate the point that Commissioner Hart and Washington are making. I feel that we should go into this with at least thinking once a week. It just doesn't seem like 3 times a month. It just seems like we're trying to cut costs for no reason. And then the other point that Commissioner Washington made that I think is really important is not just training people on how to use the machines, but if people do need to reload their cards, that can become challenging for some folks. And so making sure that we have the appropriate resources that are supporting our residents.
Right, okay.
Thank you. And I would echo the 4 times a month also, if we find we can do that.
But
Yeah, we wash our sheets.
guess what? Guess what?
Okay. Hearing no,
Thank you. One more thing.
come on, Commissioner Washington.
I don't know. I wash once a week. When you wash, you have a white, you have a color, and you have a dark load. That's your 3 washes in one wash. And then don't be the towels in the
When I
bed.
wash, I just put them all in and warm.
Well, your
All right.
shirt is off of white.
This
and you
works.
said this.
Everything
Yeah.
blue.
Yeah, I think that's a concern because.
So you go home and wash what your wife
Yes.
ever washed.
I think we
But
should
3 loads
have,
is 1 wash a month. Whites, colors,
let's
and
vote on replacing these units, and let's have the staff come back to us with additional recommendations on how many loads. I don't know if that's something that we
I
should be
live with
deciding
this
right
every
here.
day. I live with this every day.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Senior housing regional presidents, because we have not been informed.
Ellen, please include them with this discussion.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, hearing no additional questions or comments on item 6, we will move on to item 7, authorization to take actions necessary to extend pre-development loan and for the closing of Oak and Larrabee Phase 1. Item 7 will be presented by Ann McKenzie, Chief Development Officer. Good morning, Ann.
Good morning. Thank you. Good. I just wanted to make sure our developers are here and they are coming in. So thank you, and good morning again. This matter is a request to authorize CHA staff to move forward with all actions necessary for the closing of the next phase at the former Cabrini site. The phase is called Oak and Larrabee because it's at the southeast corner of Oak and Larrabee. The developer is made up of Brinshaw Development, Michaels Development, and the Cabrini Green LAC Community Development Corporation. The planned building will provide 78 mixed-income units in a 7-story building with 2 elevators. It has community area on the base, as well as an exercise room, and the usual wonderful amenities that we have seen from this development team before. The development plan has been shared with the working group, was also shared with community members at community meetings and with the Central Advisory Council. This authority that we are seeking is authority to loan up to $10,900,000 for the development, authority to loan the proceeds from the sale of Illinois affordable housing tax credits for the donation of the CHA land. That donation is actually a 75-year ground lease. Again, I want to remind you that's no longer a 99-year ground lease. We have made some significant improvements. There's also authority to extend the existing pre-development loan. The developer would also pay a interest up to date and pay a fee for that extension of that pre-development loan. And then it's the authority, of course, to submit all of the necessary documents to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. We're excited about this development because it is bringing more housing for our residents in mixed-income communities on our land. This development on CHA-owned land will deliver up to 37 new units for CHA families. The phase keeps up our momentum, and CHA shares in the paid and deferred developer fee, as well as in the cash flow. Our next steps would be submitting to HUD for all of our final approvals, further underwriting, and closing in late 2024. With us today, oh, there they are, thank you. With us today are Peter Levavy from Brinshaw Development, who will be representing the group, but we also have with us Greg Olson from Michaels Development, Felicia Watkins, also from Michaels, and not least, but last on my list is, do we still have Willie Lewis Jr.? So Willie Lewis Jr., who is very familiar to many of us at CHA, who is the president of the Cabrini Green, sorry, it's a long name, I have to read it every time, Cabrini Green LAC Community Development Corporation.
Executive Director.
Executive Director, I messed up, I am so sorry.
All right, thank you, Ann. Nice hat, Peter.
Thank you.
Ann, you mentioned that we're going to share in the profit or the income from this. We're putting in an amount not to exceed $10,900,000. What do we anticipate that might be annually when this project is up and running successfully?
Thank you. We have actually, cash flow on a subsidized building is not exceptionally high, because if it was, they'd be borrowing more money from the private lenders, right?
Right.
So we anticipate that cash flow over about a 20-year period would be to us about $200,000. Obviously, it could be significantly higher.
Okay. And it's nice that we're making changes so that we're getting some benefits out of this, in addition to housing. All right, commissioners, would you have,
I just
okay, Chair Hurlock. Oh, may I start with Chair Hurlock and then Commissioner, then Dr. Harris, then Commissioner Washington. Go ahead, Chair Hurlock.
Very glad to see that the CDC is also involved in this. I think this is important for our residents to reap the benefits of redevelopment in their areas. Can you speak a little bit about what the percentages are of that partnership?
Yes, thank you for asking that question. This is a real partnership, and it's the very, very first time that we're partnering with the CHA as well as the LAC CDC, and we're really proud to do that. Each of them has 15% of developer fee and cash flow, as Ann said earlier. And this is the second project that we're doing in the Cabrini area with the LAC CDC. We did Clybourne 1200, where they were a 26% partner in that one, and it has generated hundreds of thousands of dollars toward their budget over the last several years. So we're really proud for the reformatting of the LAC CDC, and working with Willie Lewis and with Maurice Edwards to take this into the next stage. We're really glad that Reverend Blakey is on the board of that organization as well, and we're really proud to be able to work together on this.
Thank you.
Wonderful. So that's 15 CHA, 15 CDC, 35 and 35 Brenshaw and Michael?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Dr. Harris?
I just want to know, what is the closing date for this project? And
We're hoping-
also, and
Yeah.
and the next question would be, is Michael Brenshaw?
I don't know if your microphone is on, Dr. Harris.
Are you up? Are they up on their loan? What's the date? What is the update on
The
their
closing date.
The closing date, and also, is Brenshaw Michaels up to date on their current loan?
The closing date on this program, now y'all up to date on y'all current loan with paying us back.
So I'll answer the second one first. We have a pre-development loan with the CHA of a little bit more than $1 million. The interest was not due until closing or the end date of the loan. So we're up to date in that no interest was due. The closing date, we're targeting a beginning of second quarter 2024, as close to April as we possibly can get. What's in the critical path right now is the City of Chicago's process for approving the TIF. So there's a TIF task force, meeting 1, meeting 2, CDC, introduction to council, finance committee, and then passage through council, and they don't have board meetings every single month between now and then. So it's going to be a challenge to get us on that schedule, but we've submitted for building permits already in October, and so we should have the building permit by March. And so we are ready to go. I also want to say that we have a wonderful joint venture of our general contractor that is a very special element to this project as well. We're working with William Randolph as a general contractor, and JLL, a minority contractor from the community, is a joint venture partner with them to bring more minority participation on the ground to their general contracting effort. And we are going to be working with this time that we have left between now and April to maximize the amount of MBE, WBE, and Section 3 contracting and the Section 3 hires that are going to come out of this as well. So I'm sure there's going to be more questions on it. I just wanted to anticipate that we are very much thinking about this forward and have a strategy to make this work.
Thank you so very much for answering my questions, and you have done so satisfactorily.
Thank you. Commissioner Washington.
Okay. This is Commissioner Washington. To me, first of all, you walked up in here like a little gangster. You never took your hat off. You're not a good fellow. Take your hat off. Okay, thank you. Now you're okay. Second of all, I'm serious. This is not my day, but I love it. First of all, the only reason I'm agreeing to this contract because every time Cabrini's on the met with Cabrini, and I met with Cabrini LAC, they on board with everything. But every time Cabrini asks for dollars, I mean, no matter who the developer are, they get their dollars. Only reason I'm agreeing to this because I like Brenshaw's and Michael's style of building. When they build something, they build apartments for ladies. I mean, they accommodate us with the space, the storage space, the extra space, with the cabinetry, the lighting, everything. I love the way you all build housing. Not only do I know a lot of developers before I knew y'all still know them, they still don't get it. You all build to fit a woman. And I love that. Other than that, I don't care how much Cabrini getting. No, I'm tired of giving money to Cabrini. We need to spread it around to someone else.
Thank you, Commissioner
I like
Washington.
the way y'all build. I love your social service component.
Thank you.
That's on the conferencia that's there.
Now, a compliment from Commissioner Washington is very valuable.
We've been working together since 2002.
Okay.
I've been knowing you since.
Commissioner Parker,
80-something.
you have a question?
Yeah, so you got 41 units of, is that for rent or for sale? The additional 40-some units, besides the 37?
So there's a total of 78 units, of which 37 are CHA, what will be RAD units. This is a Faircloth to RAD transaction, so we're going to close it as a mixed finance proposal, as a mixed finance deal, and then once we complete the construction, it'll be converted to RAD.
I know about the 37, I said the 41.
Yeah, 17 affordable, 24 market.
So there,
Oh, you said
On
24
page
market
3.
rate. So what's the rate really, when you say the market rate? Is that for, they are for rent, not for sale, right?
This is all for all rental building.
Oh, and so how many CHA get in the first phase out of the 37?
37 out of the 37 are those CHA units out of the total of 78 total units.
I understand that, so is this a 1 or 2, 3 phase operation, or is it all coming out in one phase?
One building.
It's one building.
Okay.
But the land is 2 phases. We will be bringing you a second phase hopefully next year.
Oh, but I
And just so you know what's planned on those other two sites, there's one site south of the building where we have a 12-flat proposed with large family units. They're 3-bedroom in a walk-up setting, very good for families with a tot lot behind it. And then on Oak Street to the east of the building, we're planning another elevator building between 30 and 40 units. So the next phase would be those 2 buildings together.
So I understand what the, you say the LAC and the CDC involvement, but how much is the community really involved? I know they're supposed to represent the community, but when you got the LACs, if the word ain't getting out to all the community green residents, because some of them don't even, never heard of the CDC or the LAC, so how are we reaching out to the whole community green former residents or residents? Because people keep saying, I know, I was a member of the LAC, but everybody don't know about the LAC. So what is the CDC and the LAC doing for outreach, and how they spending the money in terms of helping the residents
I
with
believe
the profits?
Mr. Lewis wants to answer that.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Board of Commissioners.
Good morning.
My former employer. First of all, I attend every meeting that the LAC has. The community is very much aware of the LAC because they get weekly mailings from us. So they're very much aware of what is going on in the community. Second of all, in terms of how we're spending the money.
How do they profit share with the residents? Like, how do they get part of that profit sharing?
Okay, so we had a bump in the road, as I'm sure everybody in this room is aware of.
Yes, sir.
So then the process, we're under a agreed order, so that they had to elect a new board. They elected a new board. They brought me on, and they brought a CFO, our financial officer. So we're in the process of having a strategic plan so we can decide on with the community input in terms of what we should be doing. I have contacted CHA so that we can bring back those residents who are having a hard time. So I'm trying to work with them and get in contact with those families.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a step-by-step process that probably should have been done years ago, but it wasn't done. So give us time and we will get there.
So this is my last question, I'm sorry. Do the CDC have any involvement in selecting the contractor participation and employment opportunities since they're part of it? You got to say something.
Okay, we are working, here's the way it goes. We are working hand in hand with our co-developers on this Section 3 initiative. I've already contacted the CHA department that deals with Section 3, and we're definitely working hand in hand because we are not going to be intimidated by people who come from off the street to tell us that we're going to hire them when they have not gone through the process and the portal like everybody else.
Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Lou.
Thank
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Any more
Gutierrez.
questions?
Any other questions from the board? Thank you. So hearing none further, thank you very much, Ann. And today's last item on my committee meeting agenda is item number 8, authorization for actions necessary for the proposed Chicago Transit Authority Red Line Extension 130 Station Street development. It's a very exciting one.
Thank you, and still good morning. Ann McKenzie, Chief Development Officer, and with me today is Rishabh Meehan, our Director of Planning, and I have asked Rishabh to present today.
Thank you, and good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
This item requests authorization for actions necessary for the proposed Chicago Transit Authority Red Line Extension 130th Street Station development. Before outlining the matter, I did want to thank my CHA colleagues in the Property and Asset Management Department, Legal Department, Executive Office, and Work Office. Although I'm presenting this morning, this is very much a team effort, and they have done an incredible amount of work along with our CTA colleagues getting us to this point today. So with your approval, this item would allow the Chicago Housing Authority to deed lands to the Chicago Transit Authority, or CTA, to develop a new transit station in Altgeld Gardens. The new station would be the fourth and final stop of the proposed Red Line extension, which will take the Red Line from its current endpoint at 95th Street to approximately 5.6 miles further south at 130th Street. The proposed station would include a station house, platform, and canopy for Red Line passengers, a connecting bus station, commuter parking spaces, and a passenger pickup drop-off area. Under the proposal, CHA would transfer approximately 10 acres of land at the fair market value to the CTA for the new station. CHA would also provide CTA with 2 easements to facilitate the station development. One easement would be permanent over a small portion of land for a pathway into the station. The other easement would be temporary, up to 10 years, for construction staging and other uses while the station is being built. Both easements would be provided at fair market value. CTA has committed to working in partnership with us to hire CHA residents and provide contracting opportunities to disadvantaged business enterprises. The CTA has also committed to receiving input on the station design from Altgeld Gardens residents and other members of the surrounding community. In addition to the station helping to fulfill 50 years of promises to extend the Red Line to the city limits, this proposal includes many benefits for all community members, including CHA residents, such as increasing transit equity for all Riverdale residents, improving access to jobs and educational opportunities, reducing travel times to other parts of the city, with CTA journeys to the Loop expected to be 30 minutes faster, for example, improving environmental outcomes by reducing car usage and encouraging transit ridership, providing sustainable design features like solar panels and electric vehicle charging in the new station, beautifying the station area with landscape improvements, as well as crosswalk, sidewalk, and trail upgrades, ongoing opportunities for employment related to the station operations and administrative offices on site, and creating future opportunities for transit-supported development, which the city's Department of Planning and Development and the CTA have already started analyzing. Thank you for your consideration. Both Ann and I welcome your questions.
One question and one comment. Do you know how long it will take to get downtown?
Do you know how long?
About 40 to 45 minutes.
Okay, I look forward to riding that train. Commissioners' questions? Commissioner Parker.
Yeah, so, I don't know, we probably did, but did we do any kind of environmental study, since that's the last stop? You know how trains just hover or sit there, what kind of impact? Our road has already been a magnet for
electrical
environmental issues.
Commissioner-
Electric.
Commissioner, thank you for that question. As you know, when we do this kind of thing, and to this extent, we consult a lot with the community, and we are really blessed with a community that cares probably because they have a history of environmental issues there, yes. So the commitment from, the first commitment from the CTA that we love is that the trains will not be housed there, all right? You know, sometimes the end of the line just becomes a big old train stop. This is not where they will be housed. They will actually be housed north of 130th. This is the end of the line, but it's not just going to have a bunch of trains sitting there. The second one is buses. So there's a commitment that, and we are continuing to have it, and to discuss this with the community and CTA, is to use their newer buses here, which are primarily electric, or at least not polluting. And then there are studies that the CTA has done that are suggesting that this actually should decrease the air pollution because people will be taking the train instead of driving.
Okay, this is my last one. I know CTA is sister agency, but they're not here. So that's what the complaint I'm getting from Allgale too, is that they're not meeting with them enough. Like they only met one time. And so the residents, even though you're saying you got a community benefit agreement, according to them, they're not getting conversation with CTA. They always send some low-level person out, and they just not getting what they.
So I have been myself to more than 4 meetings with CTA at Altgeld with residents.
Over the years and.
No, in the last year.
Okay.
It is, I think in the past, they were probably low-level people. Now we actually have the chief engineer for improvements there, and they bring their hiring group. But this is not done. We have a lot of discussions moving forward that we need to work on. As far as not having CTA here, that was a question we discussed.
And I'm the one who mentioned to Ann that, somebody would not have needed to.
We can't hear you, Lee. Oh.
Sorry, Commissioner. Ann and I did speak about a representative here, and I mentioned to her that we would not need one. So it's on me.
I understand. They are sister agency. I can't beat them up in public.
I think they would be happy to come to a meeting and discuss where the project is going.
I guess as we move along, could we do that in the future?
That'd be wonderful to do in a future meeting. Commissioner Washington.
Okay, although the trains won't be stationed here, the buses will be stationed here. CHA is not a burden that's on the ground. If I get on the bus, I have to pay no transfers. Every time I get on that bus, I have to drop $2.50 in there. If I get on the train, I have to drop $2.75. If I'm transferring, just coming in would be $5, going back would be $5. I'm going somewhere else. We gonna sign this for a disposition. It's not direct for the train because I'm not. They ain't getting jobs. Anybody go out there and get a job, they are not giving nothing back to the community. We appraised our land at $1,048,000. That ain't no money. This is a burden that's on the ground. We got the CYC building that's falling down. Why can't they rehab that building? The residents always talking about they need playgrounds on different blocks. That's Allgeld is more acres than Cabrini, okay? You go over almost 95 acres. Why can't they build playgrounds in different areas? Why they can't do nothing for the community? They ain't coming in there getting nothing for nothing. If they pay us for the land, it ain't worth it. I'd rather keep the land and not develop on it than somebody come develop on land that's gonna give us something worthwhile. Give something back to the community. I don't agree to it that they're gonna give something back. They ain't. They've been getting around, they've been finding ways to travel. They'll continue to do it. You ain't giving nothing to the community. You're gonna infiltrate the community. Plus, if you don't have a good garbage disposal, you're gonna get more rodents than what you already have.
May I ask?
They're gonna bring trash and garbage and everything
So
now.
we're not anticipating this train being operational until 2029.
2029, yes.
Okay, so we do have a long time where this is going to keep coming back to us in terms of benefits and discussion and plans.
No.
So
They gotta put
duly
in.
noted.
They had to put in for the dollars early while they're getting them on so they can benefit. They got to stop putting in now for dollars.
Noted your concern. I'm sure it'll be addressed. Any other questions? Commissioner Hart.
Sorry. Just a sense of the the land mass. So it's 14 acres. Is the entire build-out of the RLE station on CHA land? Is there any use of the forest preserve or other landowners that are adjacent?
I looked at the land, no.
Commissioner, there is some land adjacent to the CHA property, which is owned by the Cook County Forestry Preserve. So that is a portion of that will also be used. There's some stormwater drainage and other elements to support the station.
So the physical station and the physical infrastructure will be on CHA land, and the stormwater and other natural land uses that are necessary for the development will be on the Cook County Forest Preserve side?
Commissioner, mostly correct. There is also some stormwater on the CHA land that's proposed for transfer to.
Does the station cut off access to the forest preserve from the Alkel residents?
Commissioner, some of the design, the contracting for the station construction is a design-build contract, so some of the design details haven't been worked out yet. There was a conversation at a November 8th meeting that was held at Alkel Gardens about access to that area. So CTA did respond, and they're listening actively to feedback from community members about access to those lands.
Okay, let's just try not to repeat history where highways cut off access to other parts of the city. The other question I have is, this is a significant historical location in Beaubien Woods as part of the Underground Railroad, so hoping that doesn't get impacted and gets reflected in whatever gets developed here.
Yeah, I think that's what's so important about our role in this design. And it's such a community investment that will actually bring people to this community. We're predicting to enjoy that, but it does need to match the community. The State Historic Preservation Office also cares dearly about the historic relevance of this, so I think that's definitely going to influence the design.
So could I just say something, being from Algill? I'm glad Megan brought that up, because not only that, we got wetlands at Mary, and so that's a direct wraparound to the wetlands. So we got, like birds and stuff that come there that, that's why I asked about the environmental impact, and I just want to see it too, and I don't want to just hear you talking about it. I need to see that, because I know a lot of people in my family that actually died from cancer from Algill. So, if we could really talk to the residents about that part, because I know they got fears. We got a lot of new residents out there, but most of the residents that passed away, they had these same environmental issues prior to this bill. So, like Megan said, I don't want to die off the natural habitation for certain things that go on at Algill or in that community.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other questions?
I have a comment.
Yes, Dr.
I would just like to say that Algill has been through a lot for years. And as a resident of Chicago, and having gone to school out at Algill, where we used the houses for classrooms, we used the shades for blackboards. To see this day come means a lot for the residents, to have a laundry out there, to have a store out there, to have a library out there, to see the gradual change, but just to be able to sit at the table today, in this room today, to hear about this red line going to Algill means a lot to a lot of us who have been through many of the transitional changes that have taken place in what we want to do. So I think that at this season and time, Thanksgiving, that we have a lot to be grateful for. I still go out there because I have young people who have churches out there in the back area where they have no road out there. I go out there to be with them and to listen to them, to touch and talk to them. And so when you're coming here and sharing this, what you're doing today with the Chicago Housing Authority, this is history. And I know there are a lot of negative things, but let's look at the positiveness of what is being done. I want to thank you. I want to thank those of you who are here today. I just want to say I'm thankful just to sit where I'm sitting today on behalf of the people who have, like you said, lived and gone on. But there are some of us who have been left here to hear and to listen and to share the story and to write the history for Argyle Garden and the people of Argyle Garden. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Harris. Thank you, Ann and Rashid.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just
Commissioner
one
Hart.
more comment, because I feel like once this acquisition happens, the potential leverage for being at the table in future decisions is less effective. So what is the plan as part of the sale or acquisition, or what is the commitment? Is there anything in writing? Is there anything that ensures that CHA still has a seat at the table in an equal way?
Thank you for that question. So CHA, in our capacity as CHA, is at the table to review all designs, all drawings, and share them with residents, because that's what we have gotten the commitment for. So public engagement around especially things like fencing, trash management and maintenance, landscape, all visible structures, lighting that can cause issues for people, any video displays, traffic flow and patterns, and sound levels. So they are already testing around sound. I think Commissioner Washington, in a capacity, you reminded us that there's trains down there already, but there could be more sound. And then there's continuing discussions about how to handle emerging businesses. What can this community investment do to actually bring more community investment? That is a little harder to put in an agreement with CTA, so we need to work on that. And then, thank you, Commissioner Washington, it's a continuing dialogue with the residents, and we do need that clear community investment list. We haven't really talked about playgrounds, except I think I've heard it from you, Commissioner.
See, Santa, got the stuff you just read, we do anyway.
So what those are. But again, when this started, the CTA assumed that the land would be free, so we have gotten to this point that they are paying market value. We've had long discussions about long-term maintenance, how security's working, all that stuff. Putting it in the intergovernmental agreement is one thing, enforcing it is the other. So any ideas to help with that, we would appreciate.
Thank you. Any other questions? Hearing none. Thank you, Ann and Rashid. Commissioners, we did not receive any requests from the public for commentary on today's committee items. I will therefore present an omnibus motion for approval of items number 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Parker. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed votes, abstentions, or recusals? Hearing none, items 4 through 8 are approved by unanimous vote. If there is no further business to come before this committee, I will make a motion to adjourn this meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any nays? The August 20, it's not August 21st. The November 21st Real Estate Operations Development Committee meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning again. Good afternoon now. Thank you for rejoining today's recessed meeting in person and via our live stream video broadcast. We are now ready to start the business portion of the board meeting. Our board secretary will call the roll to establish a quorum.
Commissioner Brewer, Commissioner Gutierrez,
Here.
Commissioner Harris,
Here.
Commissioner Hart,
Here.
Commissioner Matanke,
Here.
Commissioner Parker,
Here.
Commissioner Washington,
Here.
Commissioner Hurlock.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Lee. We'll now move into the committee reports from our Finance and Audit and Real Estate Committees. Commissioner Matthew Brewer, Chairman of Finance and Audit, will present his report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Finance and Audit Committee held its regular meeting earlier today. I chaired the meeting, and the following committee members were present: as well, Commissioners Hart and Washington. Present but not counted for the quorum were Chair Hurlock, Commissioners Gutierrez, Harris, Matanke, and Parker. The Finance and Audit Committee members then discussed, voted, and recommend for approval the following 3 items. Item number 2, approval of revised CHA Employee Handbook. Item number 3, authorization to award contract for off-site document storage. Item number 4, authorization to award contract for website redesign and development services. Madam Chair, on behalf of the Finance and Audit Committee, I would like to present an omnibus motion for the approval of item numbers 2 through 4.
Thank you, Commissioner Brewer. We have an omnibus motion presented by Commissioner Brewer for the approval of items number 2 through 4. May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes, recusals, or abstentions? Hearing none, the resolutions for items 2, 3, and 4 are hereby approved. Commissioner James Matanke, Chairman of the Real Estate Operations Development Committee, will now present his report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Real Estate Operations Development Committee held its meeting earlier today. I chaired the meeting, and the following committee members were present as well: Commissioners Gutierrez, Harris, and Parker. Although Chair Hurlock and Commissioners Brewer, Hart, and Washington were also present, they were not counted toward the quorum. Committee members then discussed, voted, and recommended for board approval the following 4 items. Item 5, authorization to execute a housing assistant payment HAP contract with Lawson House VASH. Item number 6, authorization to award contract services for laundry. Item number 7, authorization to take actions necessary to extend pre-development loan and for the closing of Oaken Larrabee Phase 1. Item number 8, authorization to take actions necessary for the proposed Chicago Transit Authority Red Line extension to the 130th Street Station development. Madam Chair, on behalf of the Real Estate Operations Development Committee, I would like to present an omnibus motion for approval of items number 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Thank you, Commissioner Matanke. We have an omnibus motion presented by Commissioner Matanke for approval of items number 5 through 8. May I have a second?
4 through 8, correction.
5.
I'm sorry, 5 through 8.
4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
4 was
5, 6, 7.
Oh,
Okay, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Prepare. So moved. Okay. All in favor? May I have a second?
second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes, recusals, or abstentions?
I have one for number 8.
Okay. Please note that Commissioner Washington will be abstaining from item number 8.
Yes.
So hearing that, the resolutions for 5, 6, 7, and one abstention on 8 by Commissioner Washington are hereby approved. We will now go, I will now present a motion to go into closed session for approximately 30 minutes, approximately 45 minutes. In addition to items number 8 and 9 listed on the agenda, and in accordance with the Open Meetings Act, the board may discuss items under the following exceptions: personnel-related matters under C1 and C2, pending imminent or probable litigation under C11, purchase, sale, or lease of real estate property under C5 and C6, and audit reviews under C29. May I have a second?
second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes? We will now go into closed session and be back in approximately 45 minutes, 30 to 45 minutes. just make sure I correctly. Okay, good morning, good afternoon again, and thank you for rejoining today's meetings in person and via our live stream video broadcast. Commissioners have just finished a meeting in closed session where we discussed items number 9 and 10 and other matters under the closed meeting exceptions. Our board secretary will now take the roll.
Commissioner Brewer? Commissioner Gutierrez?
Here.
Commissioner Harris?
Here.
Commissioner Hart? Commissioner Matenki?
Here.
Commissioner Parker?
Here.
Commissioner Washington?
Yeah.
Commissioner Hurlock?
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Commissioners, draft meeting minutes for the regular and closed meetings of September 19th, 2023 were included in your meeting materials. May I have a motion to approve the meeting minutes for the regular and closed meetings of September 19th, 2023?
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed votes, recusals, or abstentions? Hearing none, the minutes are hereby approved as submitted. Commissioners, during closed session, board members discussed the following items. Items number 9, payment of the Gautreaux Plaintiff Counsel attorney fees. Item number 10, personnel actions and other closed session matters. Are there any further questions or comments from commissioners on items number 9 and 10? Hearing none. We didn't. Did we have issues? So we did not discuss number 9. We did not discuss number 9. We did not discuss number 9, which was the payment of the Gautreaux Plaintiff Counsel attorney fees. Were there any questions about that? I believe everyone was instructed about that, was briefed. Were there any further questions about that?
No.
Hearing none, we'll go ahead and keep moving forward. May I have a motion to approve items number 9 and 10?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed votes, abstentions, or recusals? Hearing none, the motion carries and the resolution items number 9 and 10 are approved. If there is no further business to come before the board, may I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Just as a reminder, our next committee and board meetings are scheduled for Tuesday, January 16th. Thank you for participating in today's meeting proceedings. Please be safe, stay well, and have a joyous holiday. The meeting of November 21st is now adjourned.